How did you do that? 0? Oh. I don't know how in the world I am. I haven't taken that metric.
We can put the alternative in another image altogether. And I will call this not the ceramic image, the fully automatic image, but the dramatic image. Consider the world as a drop.
In the world are you? How out of the world are you? Spit around. Oh, right. I'm okay. How does that start? This happens. Virus, bacteria. It's super serious on it right now. You like on a fucking respirator? Got one of them breathing machine? Incubator? It is. Man, COVID, man. Once people got on those things, people were fucking like, I don't know, man. You don't want to get on one of those fucking things. Remember that? It's like if you got on one of those, you probably weren't gonna make it. Yes, you don't want to breathe into. Most people couldn't even go see their family. Like everything was quarantined off. a fucking biohazard. Like what? What, bro? That is. That was the "We Lived Through COVID" song. Sorry, that weird. Game, just give me. He's like, can I have some more of that? I don't know if I'm feeding her enough. I don't want to, like, dude, this cat will eat, so I don't know. Probably alright. She's probably okay to lose a little bit. I think, even though she's only like 8 pounds something, way the dog was like, I just stopped feeding the kitten food. I didn't even say I was feeding kitten food. So maybe she could tell how chunky she is. She didn't say she was fat, but I think she's just gonna leave that for the second year physical, and then that's when they probably adjust food. They're probably trying to inhibit calorie intake for the first 2 years. They probably let the owner kind of judge it out rather than limit the calories. Definitely not trying to overfeed her though. If I let that gate open and she had free reign, I don't know if I could keep Simon's food in stock in his bowl. Oh, and dude, I saw another this morning. I was looking on Reddit. Look at this. I wanna show you Reddit because I look at Reddit all the time. Like this isn't even my oldest Reddit account, the one that I use right now. I had one that was older, but because I looked up a bunch of shit for DMT, I was paranoid to use it for my main account. You know what I mean? When I first started streaming, I was like, okay, yeah, no, I don't know if I want to even discussing that shit right now, because like I was pretty close to it at that point. That was been so long. Like it's not like I got a batch brewing in the background or anything. I didn't then either, but it was closer to when I had. Here we go. Someone posted 13 hours ago. And this isn't a rant one. This is just an informative one about cat food, actually, this time. So don't worry, I'm not getting crazy yet. I need healthy, dry and wet food recommendations. And look at what the top comment is. What are you dinging me for? What are you T-billing me for? What happened? Up there? I'll hear her if she crashes through. Up where? Up here? There's nothing up here. Hey. She might be too fat to get over now. I haven't seen her actually get over in a while. But thank you. This is insane right here. Look at the top comment. My cat eats fancy feast pate. This is from the fucking cat food subreddit of, you know what I mean? Like this is the cat food subreddit. These people, it says right here, sub dedicated to the discussion of food and treats for our feline overlords. Fancy feast pate is the top freaking recommended. Honestly, the best food is anything they'll eat. I found most cats have strong preference on wet food. Shiba is fine. The lower the carbs, the better. The lowest are fancy feast pates. But here's a comprehensive list. So it goes through fucking protein percentages and all the fucking macro percentages of all these different foods. Fancy feast was the best. Brody was like, that's like junk food. Is you have to get the pate though. That's the thing. I've been doing a lot of research on cat foods. If Simon would eat that, I would feed it to him. It does have natural and artificial flavoring in it, but it's actually one of the best cat foods on the market and the cheapest. One of the cheapest. Like, it's not the cheapest because it's not Friskies, and it's not the what was that, Shiba? I mean, it might be cheaper. I'm not sure. Shiba might be more expensive. But yeah, it's one of the reasonably priced cat foods because I think she only needs at her pound 2.5 cans of it, which is only like 90 cents or roughly $1 per can. So that's $2.50 a day versus a lot more for like her other cans were $2.30 plus tax a can. Roughly $2.40. She was going through what, 2.5 to 3 cans a day. So that was like, dude, 3 cans. When she was at 3 cans a day, that was like $7 a day to feed her. Dude, for the first year, she got a scientifically analyzed Royal Canine diet. Over her first year. Oh, this is a little too much. Oh, I'm not trying to go to Gaza right now. Oh. Yeah, I think so. And the thing is, what the general consensus is if your cat will eat it and it's fancy feast pate, you're doing all right. So none of the other fancy feast, like it can't be anything in gravy. Well, let me find some better shit. It's got me on some dumb shit now. So I think I'm gonna like I thought about doing like the ZWE thing because I'm thinking like, well, if Simon Lasseter if he doing like this, well, I don't like how ZWE's made, or it's not made. It's made in New Zealand, but it's owned by China now. I don't really like that. And I was finding a lot of bones in one of their cans for a while, like a whole fucking lot, and then like literally a whole pallet had bones in it. And I where I went through that whole discussion with somebody online, and they reached out to the factory and found out there was a mess up in the grading, and it was letting through bigger chunks than it was supposed to that day, this and that. And so I was like, all right, thinking they're gonna remove that from the warehouse and not keep sending it out to customers. Well, I ordered some more directly from the manufacturer, and they sent me out the same exact fucking lot, dude, because I had pictures of it. So I looked at the new cans because I noticed there were a bunch of big bones in it. I'm like, I looked at it, I reached out to them, like, y'all just sent me like $400 of the same lot that I complained to you about having big ass bones in it before. He's like, oh, you should have talked to me first. We would have made sure we didn't send you that. But what I'm thinking is like, why are you sending that out to people though? These bones are massive. I still have them in the kitchen. Do you want to see them? Dude, look at the look. You probably remember, but when you see them, you're gonna be like, yeah, damn, those suckers were big. A bunch of other ones in here that are really sharp. Yeah, so like this is considered by this snooty like cat food store as like some of the best food there is, ZIWI. But yeah, like I said, it was taken over by Chinese, and I don't know if that's why all these bones all of a sudden are in their shit. All those had to be fished out. Like if I wouldn't have been doing Simon's Food the way I was at the time, adding like a tablespoon or whatever of water to it every day, mashing it around, I wouldn't even have known they were there. I mean, maybe he would. Of course, he would have eaten them, so they would have been left behind in the bowl, and I'd be like, "What the f is that? Did you throw that up or something?" No, I would have realized it. But probably shouldn't buy for them anymore, right? Fancy Feast Pate is the most upvoted on the cat food subreddit, so it's probably the one I should go with. America, made in America. Also, that's a thing. I mean, both Feline Natural, which is made in New Zealand, and ZIWI are really highly recommended cat foods. And like natural cat food, or like they don't have any of the gums, the guar gum, or any of that shit. No artificial, natural flavors. It's all real food, but in a can. For a lot of cats, it's not very palatable, but I know she would eat it. I just don't know if it would be more healthy or not. It's not like, you know, these people. I would think these people know. This is like the voting, all the voting I need. I think for the Fancy Feast. But it's such a small pool. I'm surprised there's not more people getting in on this. Yeah, yeah, that's true. It's a Chinese company. So, but I don't know if Feline Natural is or not, though. Might still be New Zealand owned. But the fact that like this person posted this list here, the comprehensive list, putting it doesn't put them in any kind of ranking, but it does. Oh, I got some of this in there. This Beyond Pat. Let's see what this Beyond is looking like for the duck, because I have some of that in there that I was gonna feed Simon. You wouldn't eat. Like I have a bunch of different cans I haven't tried. Oh, there it is. Duck and sweet potato. 35% protein, 63% fat. Ooh, it's pretty calorie dense. Wish there was a way to what it was for it. Drive 2 tabs, added. Okay, so I'm gonna go down to F. You can't see piece. There we go. Look at the gravy. The gravy will have like 50% protein. Look at the exact one. Fancy beast. Beef gravy, if there's one. There we go. Gravy Lovers Gourmet Beef. It's only got 47% protein, 33% fat, and 20% carbs. That's where they get you. And the calories are only 67 per can. But then you go to fancy feast. Where's the dude? I go. Let's see what in the beginning of it. Missed it. Let's see the chicken liver. Here we go. These are the ones that are the pate. There it is. Tender beef feast. 42%. Look at the carbs though. Only 3% carbs. Way less. 20% versus 3%. That's insanity. No, one of the other ones are considered like junk food, dude. It has 6 times the amount of carbs, right? No. Seven times the amount of carbs of the pate, and ooh, phosphorus levels are higher though on these. That's something to think about, actually. Interesting. Is that a concern? I'm gonna need to think about that and look into that, if that affects like kidney life. These have half the amount of phosphorus. Put that on there for a reason. You definitely want lower phosphorus. Huh. Well, that's something. What up, Frida, Pro? What up, Team Simon? Pro plan. Sensitive. And focus. Alright, 31. Oh, here's the kitten food though. I still feed her this mostly. Maybe instinctive. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. 40, 51, 8, 296. A little bit more sugar in the gravy one for that one. Not nearly as much more as the fancy feast. Oh shit, what's on this screen? Oh. I'm giving her this now, kitten instinctive loaf. Yep, better protein Better protein to fat ratio. Oh, the baby cat has way more fat. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So that's what she got in the very beginning, was that baby cat. Apparently that was better for her. Oh, and less sugar. Less sugar, more fat, less protein. That's what she, oh, because it more mimics milk. Okay, yeah, wow, look at that. So, yeah, she's getting too much fat right now with that loaf. It is 39% fat, and none of the adults are that high, or except for the aging. Interesting. I guess they want to give them less protein to preserve their kidneys, maybe? Age has more fat and less protein than the regular age. Spay and neutered has way less sugar than the non. That's really interesting too. Wonder why that is. It has more. It has the most protein. That is the most protein, dude. And kind of like a medium amount of fat. Phosphorus is lower than Fancy Feast. See, I needed this list, dude, to figure out what I want to feed her, you know, because the fuck I'm looking at when I'm looking at these cans. With this, we're looking at something. Looking at something, hard facts. At least it's part of the picture. Not the complete picture of the food, but it's a start. I really want to feed her the best I can, because I've tried to do that with the kitten food. You can see, like, there's a really tailored kitten diet with these two, with this one and this one. It's supposed to be, like, Royal Canine and Science Diet are supposed to be the most science-based diets. Like, food, cat food. Hope she's had that so far. I'm playing around with the Fancy Pieces. I know that she'll eat it, but I might go with something a little better for her after research, and especially with the phosphorus levels being as high as they are. Hey. Oh. Tap into the tunes, bro. Let me find some different ones. Put in a different search queue for the AI. There we go. It's taking a second. This is working out. Find new ones. Hey. Bum, 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 bum. For healthy adult cats, cat food should ideally contain around 0.5% phosphorus on dry matter basis for kids recommend level. Yeah, it is a kitty thing. So, what does that mean? What does that mean? Grams per 1,000 kcal. Can they put this in better? Why are they playing, man? All that just to lay there. Oh my gosh. Phosphorus level. Five grams, 35 grams. Yeah, the science diet has like some of the lowest phosphorus levels. 158, 188. Phosphorus levels, whoa. Phosphorus levels real. Where's the royal? 9 lives is on here. I can't. Science diet's got a low or area. No. Yeah, there it is. Wait. Oof, phosphorus level's kind of high on these. Baby, I'm sorry. I gave her too much phosphorus. Maybe. Phosphorus levels on science diet. Kitten. Wait, is there not a kid? Whoa, much lower. Much lower. Hey, why did I look at any of this? 12, 13, 18. Oh, weird. Weird. The one that has the lowest amount of sugar also doesn't have as high amount of protein as the Royal Canine Kitten. Oh wait, 48. Wait, no, 50. 50 and 39. And this is 40. And way more fat. And more sugar. A little bit more sugar. But less phosphorus. That's kind of shit. What do you, like, you're paying for fat more than, like, I'd rather be paying for protein than fat, I think. Protein's more expensive normally than fat. These phosphorus levels. What about Priena? Did I already look at Priena Pro? Go on. Where is it? Sensitive. This is the first I've seen this BLISS. This morning I came across it. Get here, man. Wait, get in here. Damn. What are you sitting on? No? Where's up? Wait. I don't think they're on here. I don't even see a Priena dog. Not a one Priena duck on here. We'll never know if Simon's food's good or not. He likes it. It's the only one he'll eat, so and not give him diarrhea, so it's good to me. Not much research involved with that one. So diarrhea and he eats it? Sold. Eggs. Well, I hope they don't give you diarrhea. That can happen if they have the bird flu inside of them. Better cook that yolk. You get the bird runs. There she goes. Phosphorus levels, though. Just search for that. Are Fancy Beast high phosphorus levels a concern? Oh my gosh, yeah, the AI says yes, the phosphorus levels in fancy beasts cat food can be a concern, especially for cats with kidney issues or those who are older. While not as high as some other brands, Fancy Beast generally falls within range that can contribute to health problems over time, particularly in cats with comprised kidneys. PP, stop. You're following me. Oh. Ow, Sweepy. And yeah, so I might want to keep that into consideration. Hey, stop. Dude, hey, knock it off. You're Nancy Beast is making her crazy. Why are the cats this morning? They're definitely eating somewhere else, right? What is it? Fucking kitty? Hey, did you hear about that judge getting arrested, though?
All right, federal officials arresting a
That judge who had Trinidad living with him, him and his wife just got arrested. Homie. Home skillet. That's that good one. You put it up on the wall to show people. That's my skillet. Yeah. I don't even watch it. Can you tell? Shut up. Those are good for the food. It's flavor seasons. I don't have a skillet like that, actually. I'm just playing. I don't have that. It's disgusting. Watch your skillet.
Resigned New Mexico judge and his wife for allegedly harboring a suspected Trinidad Aragua gang member.
Chanley Painter is here with the details. Hey, Chanley.
Hey, good morning. So the former judge, Joel Cano, and his wife, Nancy, each face charges of evidence tampering for allegedly harboring this man, Christian Ortega Lopez, an illegal immigrant and alleged Trinidad Aragua gang member. Despite the couple's arrest this week, the controversy began in late February when Homeland Security investigations arrested 3 Venezuelan nationals, including Ortega Lopez, during a raid on the judge's property in New Mexico. Cano then resigned as a magistrate judge in March, and earlier this week, though, the Supreme Court of New Mexico permanently banned him from ever serving as a judge again. ICE investigators claim Ortega Lopez has Trinidad Aragua-related tattoos, social media posts, and clothing, and used a search warrant to discover voicemails and text messages related to alleged gang activity. Social media pictures show Ortega Lopez posing for photos with the Cano family and posing with weapons that Ortega Lopez claimed belonged to the judge's daughter. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem responding to the arrest with this, quote, "Under President Trump, we have arrested over 150,000 aliens, including more than 600 members of the vicious Trinidad Aragua gang. If you are here illegally and break the law, we will hunt you down, arrest you, and lock you up. That's a promise." Ortega Lopez illegally entered the U.S. in 2023. He is currently facing federal charges for being an illegal alien in possession of a firearm, which is punishable by up to 15 years. Guys.
Thank you, Chanley.
One of the most bizarre stories you ever will hear.
Very bizarre.
Totally. But, you know, this is a reminder that when you have 4 years of an administration in the Democrat Party completely embracing open borders, this is going to haunt them for years, if not decades, because it doesn't matter. These stories are going to keep coming out. They're never going to go away. They're never going to get over it. And if Republicans are smart, they will forever remind voters that this is what Democrats embraced, bringing in literally millions of illegals, many of them gangbangers, who committed crimes.
You know what the worst is, Charlie? They denied it. And then they told you they couldn't be stopped. It's a policy issue.
You needed new laws.
Don't believe your eyes. Don't believe the Border Patrol. But that makes it worse.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interview.
Have a mansion in Venezuela with Trinidad Aragua security. Are you sure you're ready for this?
Hello everyone, I'm Jake Lynn back for another review. This time we have
watch the viewership go way up here. We're gonna get up to 100 viewers right now. This guy is my golden goose.
Fusion energy.
Gotta watch him in double speed.
According to ChatGPT, all the 100 energy drinks that are in bottles, 100 and sorry, one just fell. 160 milligrams of caffeine. That's what I'm going for 2. But I'm going for this for 2 glass cups with handles. Yeah, I know you guys are wondering, why is this guy going for glass cups with handles? They were given to me. That's why. Don't ask. But I don't know Spanish, so I can't really read it. They are from Mexico. That's why. Oh, hold up. There's a way to open this. I didn't know there was something protecting it for me to take this stuff off. The paper off these bottles. Don't ask. I didn't know about this. Usually you don't see that every day. When it comes to bottles like this, you see bottles that are pretty light too though, but they don't allow that to happen in their bottles. Okay, first of all, open this. If I can. Okay. Now we can pour it in this cup. By the way, these are a product of Mexico, by the way. If you're wondering, hey, you've seen the color. Looks like they are going against Red Bull there, and Monster and Rockstar. With that color. This one's the 5100 Citrus. We'll see what the color is.
See, you know you want his baby. Don't, like... Don't let anything keep you.
They're making their own flavors, it seems. Because look at the color, a citrusy color.
Making it happen for you.
If you have an international store, and/or
oh, it's your brother. I'm sorry, that's stupid. I'm not recommending bestiality.
Remember, I reviewed the cans before. But let's go for the Fusion Energy first. This one here to see what the flavor is. Color, if you forget.
What's your favorite animal to see at the zoo?
I didn't get much flavor.
I was asking about zoo animal. Oh, I know why.
Yeah, not much flavor there.
Because I'm in the animal category. Animal, zoo, and aquarium category.
Seems like it's just a plain old Fusion Energy. Like the can I reviewed before.
Yeah, it's all gone already.
I would recommend doing a YouTube search for 5100 because I reviewed the can as well. Just never knew that it would be the same taste like the one in the can, because that's what it seems like. But back from the bottle. That's right, no flavor.
Feels like this motherfucker thinks the faster he drinks it, the better he can taste it, or something. Have you noticed that? He's like, I got it to taste this. I need the half of the bottle to go past my tongue at once. Like, how is it that people tasting wine and whiskey take like little sips and like wish it around their mouth to taste it? This motherfucker just chugs the shit out of it to taste it.
Energy drink. There is nutritional facts, but I can't read it. However,
He's not thinking.
I can't even read the ingredients either. But it's just an original energy drink. Instead of having a flavor. I'm gonna give that one.
Turned. That's
Flavor
wine.
energy. A 6. Let's try the citrus energy.
Well, that's about to be gone.
I'm getting that citrus alright. You guys do get citrus out of it. So that's what I'm getting.
What is citrus flavored? Interesting. Are you sure? We need to guzzle half of it again. Oh, no. Maybe that's not citrus. Maybe that's horse piss. Mexican.
And it's totally what I'm getting, citrus.
Does look like piss, though.
So basically, if you didn't know, Columbus, Ohio has 3 locations of Sarg International Market. One is on Cleveland Avenue. Another one on Morse Road. There's a 3rd location, I forgot where that is. You might want to have to do research for the Sarg International Market. Again, that's where I got these from. But I got them from the one on Morse Road.
Dude, bro, doxing yourself over here. What the fuck? Hey, this is where I go to get my drinks. You guys there? Please kidnap me. Kidnap me like Rain Man. Let's go to Vegas.
Closing in on high. Huh.
Go to Vegas.
But going back in from the mall.
Definitely a good driver. And you haven't seen me drive on these energy drinks yet.
Well, these are still good. I get the citrus one again?
I'm pretty good at it. Let's see him alive.
Excuse me. As I said, these things have carbonation. Okay, that fart just, snuck out.
A fart?
I didn't think I would fart there like that. Oh well.
What? What that sound was? What the fuck?
I snuck out. Just, okay.
That was a... Dude, that's a fart.
These things have carbonation.
What? What? Hold up.
These things have carbonation.
We gotta hear this in regular speed. He said these things have carbonation first, right before it.
As I said, these things have carbonation. Okay, that fart just, snuck out. I didn't think I would fart there like that. Oh well. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Dude.
Again? Excuse me. As I said, these things have carbonation. Okay, that fart just, snuck out. I didn't think I would fart there like that. Oh well. Excuse me. Excuse me.
I think I got that.
That fart just, excuse me. As I said, these things have carbonation. Okay, that fart just, snuck out. I didn't think I would fart there like that. Oh well. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. As I said, these things have carbonation. Okay, that fart just, snuck out. I didn't think I would fart there like that. Oh well. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. As I said, these things have carbonation. Okay, that fart just, snuck out. I didn't think I would fart there like that. Oh well. Excuse me. As I said, these things have carbonation. Okay, that fart just, snuck out. I didn't think I would fart there like that. Oh well. Okay, that fart just, snuck out. Okay, that fart just, snuck out. I didn't think I would fart there like that. Oh well. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. As I said, these things have carbonation. Excuse me. Excuse me. As I said, these things have carbonation. Okay, that fart just, snuck out. I didn't think I would fart there like that. Oh well. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
There you go. Published. And I made the mobile version, so all you see is like him and me. See the cat cam because there's nothing there. Published. Work of art. I'm gonna post it to YouTube. Hold up. Other channel. I need to put it. Damn it. I need to put it on Doe Show. I put it on Doe on accident. Use a good title. Yeah, a fart sneaking out. Oh, fart sneaking. Different YouTube account. Post it to TikTok, see if that does anything. I would like to change. Why not let me post it? Like they're letting me. Maybe because they don't allow farts. They don't allow farts on TikTok. Sorry, you don't watch it. What upload?
Excuse me. As I said, these things have carbonation. I was gonna do 2 for you guys, but I'm just gonna do 1 for you guys tomorrow instead. But tomorrow's, well, I need a rating for this one first before I do show you guys a preview. Hold up. The Vive 100 Citrus Energy. Ain't that great? It is a good drink though, not great. Doesn't beat out the rest of the citrus flavors. Meaning Mexico didn't do a great job on a citrus taste. So I'm giving this one a 6.5 out of 10 on this one. Tomorrow's review though, however, the original. I think the way that it seems though on the color, they're going for you know, competing with Monster and Red Bull and all of them. They just want their stuff in the United States. That's all. What I mean by they want their stuff imported to the United States when it comes to Mexico. That's why there's international markets nowadays in the United States. As well as stuff from outside of Mexico, like for example, Japan, China, and everything else. Including the energy drink I reviewed from Jordan. There's many drinks out there that are imported from other countries in the United States. You just need to go with the one that you want to try first. But
Dude,
I will probably be asking Miss
Let's
Payments
just have
for
them
some money so
double
that way
time.
I can order the Gridman figure from AliExpress. Would probably ask for 160 instead. But first, Armor Hero action figures. The rest of them. So, for now, MJ claims out. Peace out. I'll see you in the next video. Later, everyone.
I don't know how to get it to change over. Got it.
Excuse me.
Continuing to move, law enforcement, they want to bring it to a stop, and that erratic driving, that could be a problem for sure. You don't want to see this person just meander off the side of the road and wind up down an embankment, possibly injuring themselves, or who knows, that vehicle could land in somebody's backyard or on a home. So right now, LAPD taking it very seriously. They are trying to set up maybe some spike strips up ahead, but I don't see them as of yet. There might be somebody right there, but you know, yes, they have that spike strips already. So we'll see what happens. He's got a moment or two till he gets there, but if this person is, you know, inebriated or has some sort of issue with them, they might not be able to see that spike strip, and this actually might be a very functional way to bring this to an end. We'll see here in just a few moments, but again, that kind of erratic driving, that's dangerous for that law enforcement officer that has to pull those spike strips across the road.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Well, okay. It worked. Or there he goes.
Yep,
over
definitely
the
worked.
strip. Okay. And you never know, as you mentioned, Stu, the state of mind of these drivers when we follow things like this, and why they're doing the things they're doing, where they're going, and clearly this is a case, another example of how different, you know, each kind of case is, right?
It makes me nervous with the traffic going the opposite way. I wish they had blocked off that road, you know?
Yeah, thankfully he's not passing the double lines at this point right now, but certainly feeling the impact of the spike strip on that tire. As you could see, it was deflating in your shot, Stu, as you pushed into that front tire, but hopefully it's losing air at a quick rate of speed, so that maybe this can be put to an end relatively shortly.
Yeah, that's the design for the spike strips, and it looks like it is just the driver's side that actually got taken out. They don't want those tires to deflate like explosively. Like when you watch old television shows and they run over a spike strip, there's number 2. So he's going to have plenty of flat tires here in just a few moments. They don't want those tires to just kind of rip apart and explode. They want that air to kind of escape very slowly, and that's the plan. And those things are also designed for safety, because a rapidly deflating tire could create a problem for that driver. When it goes down slow like that, they know that that tire's going flat. They can react, but you are so right about the traffic on the other side of the road. Now he's driving around maybe on 4 flat tires. We've seen him meander close to that line more than one time. We just don't know, but slow speeds right now, very, very positive.
And it's not like what you see in the movies. You would think, oh, this driver's driving slowly, the police can just pull up in front and stop the car and everything will be fine. But no, you don't know the state of mind of the driver. You don't know if they're, if they have a weapon or what's inside that car.
Right.
So you just can't. It's not like what you see in the movies.
Definitely not what you see in the movies at all. You don't see the officers getting up close and one of them sitting on the hood, jumping into the back of the pickup truck. That stuff, that is definitely for the movies. But those big tires, this is going to be creating a problem too. You see how those high sidewalls, they're creating a lot of cushion and a lot of movement, and then add that in with that driver's kind of meandering back and forth. That truck is just kind of wobbling right now as it's making its way down the Coldwater Canyon, and there is a lot of traffic. Now, the only positive here is that if it does wander across and bump into another car, the word bump, not crash, well, technically I guess it is a crash, but it wouldn't be going very fast, and that would be safe for the other person. Of course, we don't want to see any property damage as well. That vehicle definitely going slower and slower out here, but that driver just continues to push it and trying to keep away from LAPD. It's a fruitless effort, I can tell you that, because eventually this person is going to go into custody. There's the LAPD helicopter over it, but they've got a number of officers right there, and you saw the coordination with the officers on the ground. They've hit it with 2 spike strips, so we know at least 2 tires have gone flat, and that truck continues to just move along down Coldwater Canyon right now, 5 miles an hour. Woo! It's on fire.
Goodness. Yeah, and because of the fact that it's only just a 1-lane street going down, it was more convenient for police officers to deploy the spike strip to make sure it was going to catch, because it wasn't a wide road where they had to throw it across multiple lanes of traffic. So that's certainly a good thing, and it shows it works.
I don't know. I feel as though, has it slowed down at all? It seems like he's just going the same rate of speed. I do see the police cruiser getting closer from the back.
The tires are deflating, though.
Definitely tires are deflating, and I have a feeling that if he gets out of the canyons and we get down to, say, Ventura Boulevard, Van Nuys, any one of those streets where we're not in a canyon, we don't have other vehicles very close by, they may attempt to do that pit maneuver. Will it bring it to an end? I just don't know. That driver just continues to just drive. Even though we're moving very, very slowly, they are not stopping, and LAPD, he's getting really close right there. That maybe that's that command presence. He's like, hey, look, we are right here. Just stop, man.
Now speeding.
Nope, there we go. And there you go. Yep. Here, look at that. Here we go. This might be the pit right there. Oh. Well,
no.
Quite a bit of damage to the pickup truck. I can tell you those taillights aren't cheap, and he's probably going to try it again right there. But, yep, okay. All right. Quick with the doors. But it's not enough. And that's what I was thinking, too. The driver, he doesn't seem to really, quote-unquote, care, or she.
Very
doesn't
wobbly.
seem to care. Yep. Very wobbly, and we've done 2 pit maneuvers, but it hasn't brought this thing to a stop. They're going to have to kind of spin this thing completely around to get it to really come to a stop. But at these slow speeds, I just don't think they're going to be able to do it. But, if anybody can, it's our LAPD.
And you really feel for the drivers on the other side of the lane that were caught right there, that one red vehicle and the black one there, a white one as well.
They don't know what to do.
Exactly, and they want to try to get out of the way, but there's nowhere else to go in those narrow canyon roads that are just 1 lane each direction right there, and then all of a sudden you have the end of a pursuit possibly happening right in front of you. Oh. And gosh, it's really wobbly and disabled, this pickup at this point. Look at the rims.
The driver is just determined, though, just pushing, giving it his or her all to the very last
there we go.
moment.
Hopefully this is it.
Well, boom! I wasn't expecting that. Got him again right there, kind of wedged him into place. Maybe they were just trying to get home. It looked like they purposely pulled into this driveway. Now, LAPD, they might have different information, and again, we can't be too playful because look at these officers. You know, I see one less than lethal. Everybody else has their weapons out, and they are very cautious. This driver, you know, we've seen it, not stopping, and that vehicle still considered to be a lethal weapon and still trying to drive. You know, now they've really got it wedged in there. I can't imagine that driver being able to get out of that type of situation. So right now they've got that vehicle surrounded, but those tinted windows, that's going to be a problem as well. Law enforcement, I'm sure they're making calls trying to tell that driver, come out of that vehicle, put your hands up, stop the vehicle, throw the keys out, all the things. But right now, it is more of a standoff out here, and again, this is happening on Coldwater Canyon, Studio City area, so I'm sure the Canyon Road is going to be closed in both directions.
And you see them pretty much all surrounded now with that extra vehicle at the top of your screen right there, really crowding that pickup in. There's nowhere for him to go. Hopefully he doesn't make a dangerous move, you know, backing up or trying to get out.
He is trying.
He's trying to back up?
He is trying.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's trying. Look at the rear wheel.
I mean,
he's trying to get it, trying to move it out of the way. And you know, that type of activity is not what law enforcement want to see. That is very aggressive still, even though it was very slow moving. And you know, officers are putting themselves in harm's way. We don't want to see this to escalate more than what it's got. Now, the less than lethal, he might be deploying it right in a moment or two, but I think they just want to break the windows. That's pretty much what they want to do right now. They might have already did a shot. There it is. There it is. So they're shooting the beanbags. They just want to break the window and, again, maybe get a better look at the driver, get a better feel. Like, is this person completely inebriated? Are they in some sort of emotional state? And also possibly just start to communicate a little better with that driver. But
clearly,
this person
still trying to get away. I mean, this behavior is what was that? Something came out of the...
That was there's more beanbags being deployed, and it also kind of gives you a feel that how dangerous those beanbags are. I mean, it did take off the trim, but it didn't break the window. So the back they keep hitting, and the reason why it's not collapsing is because of the tint. So they're going to have to hit that more than a couple of times before that window falls in and they're able to actually see inside. But you know what? LAPD, they've got the time, and I'm sure they've got extra beanbags, and they'll just keep doing this until they're able to break those windows and be able to communicate with that driver.
But look at the tires still spinning, trying to back up. This driver trying to make a move, clearly, you know.
Well, obviously, the state of mind is, something is going on here, clearly, because when you're boxed in like this, and it's come to this point, behaving this way is only escalating the situation. And so, therefore, you're thinking, well, this person feels as though they have nothing to lose, and the most dangerous people often in these circumstances are people who feel that way because they're willing to do all kinds of things that are just not safe for themselves or the people around them. This is just one of those bizarre pursuits that we're watching unfold before us.
And you wonder about the homeowner there, or the property that vehicle's wedged up upon. You really feel for, oh, wow, a couple of homes and properties. You don't know how many people living there. Hopefully they're okay or inside, sheltering in place. But this is certainly not the situation you want on your driveway with clearly somebody. I don't even know
if they know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm sure they hear all that going on.
They're probably trying to communicate with this driver. Obviously, we can't hear, but that's definitely something that they're doing at this time, asking them to exit the vehicle. Usually that's how it goes. We also don't know, or do we, how many people are in that car?
Well, we know for a fact there's a driver.
Well,
and that's about all we can really say for sure right now. I haven't heard them talk about the number of occupants Law enforcement seem to be busy on getting the spike strips in the right place to try to bring this thing to an end. Some of those officers taking some chances there, getting into different positions, trying to see probably the same thing. Is that driver is sitting up? Is that driver inebriated? Is this person maybe in some kind of overly emotional state, and that's why this is going on? It definitely seems like they reversed the direction. Now it seems like the truck is trying to go forward. For a while there it was going backwards, but now it's going back again. So he's definitely, or the driver definitely trying to maybe try to continue on. But again, what kind of state of mind do you have to be in where you looking at this situation and continuing to try? There's something else going on here for sure. And those very, very slow speeds, I just have a feeling that this is going to be some sort of very emotional or maybe some sort of drug-induced type of situation for that driver. LAPD, though, they have to deal with this, and they have to deal with it in a way where their officers don't get hurt and they don't put that suspect in a situation where they might get hurt. So right now, this vehicle is still kind of wedged up in there. The engine definitely not off. And the LAPD, they're kind of tasked with how do we get that driver out safely and bring this to an end.
And obviously causing a lot of traffic right there on Coldwater, because now you have both lanes of traffic closed in the narrow canyon road right there, which is a big thoroughfare for people trying to get in and out of the area, across the mountain perhaps. See, you have frustrated drivers. I think that's a reporter. But to making that turn, right? Going back down on the valley side, I believe.
Traffic is building.
Look at that traffic. I mean, I wish I could tell everybody, turn around, don't go that way, because this is going to be a situation that's going to last for a while at least, and this is not something you want to deal with on a Friday as we approach lunch hour in a couple hours coming up.
Definitely, and those a lot of those people, you're correct. One of those, I think that's an actual stringer down there making their way up to get video from the ground. Other people making U-turns to get out of there. But you're right. They have no way of knowing what's going on. And Coldwater, Laurel, all these canyon roads, very, very busy, very popular. And you see that traffic really starting to back up. Even if it came to an end this very second and the driver came out, I would venture to say they wouldn't have the roadway open for another 30, maybe 40 minutes, if not longer. So, you know, all those folks, they're going to have to make those U-turns. Luckily, they're able to do that safely. It isn't like this is a one-way road, so they'll be able to turn around and head back the other way. There are plenty of ways around this, but it's, you know, making that decision, making that turn, and then, of course, law enforcement, they've got the real issue right now. That driver behind the wheel of that pickup truck, that failure to yield, at least that rear wheel has stopped moving. I don't know if the driver has given up or maybe the truck has given up, but right now we're seeing a little less action there, and law enforcement, might have to wait this one out. So we'll wait and see ourselves.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they're having, you know, the position where they're relaxed, they're waiting it out, they're just waiting. I mean, obviously, the threat of the vehicle, that pickup trying to reverse or go forward is gone because you don't see those tires moving, and so they're kind of in a relaxed position right now, just waiting it out. Like you said, the advantage is on their side.
Definitely, the law enforcement has the advantage for definitely with time. That vehicle, I just can't see it making its way out of there. We've seen stranger things in the past, but right now it's more of a wait and see. And you know, we haven't seen any kind of four-wheel drive action, so I really can't. I just venture to say that that vehicle is this is where it's going to come to an end. Hopefully, it comes to an end very peacefully.
Yeah, we certainly hope so for the law enforcement, you know, not to get injured and that this whole situation does end peacefully. But clearly, again, who knows when this will be over and when that canyon road will open up.
Definitely. Right now, it's a lot of wait and see. I'm going to venture to, you know, as soon as I take the camera off of it, something dramatic's going to happen. But you can see a lot of these vehicles. Clearly, we know these are all the vehicles that have been turning around. Hopefully, they'll be able to tell some of the other people coming back up. I've been in situations like that where people coming down the mountain have been like, "Hey, it's blocked. Turn around." Yeah. So maybe that's going on there as well. But a lot of these, like this guy, it's like, what are you thinking? Everybody's turning around, going the other way. way, but you think you're going to be able to get around the corner. Either that, or maybe they're just not aware of what, you know, their situation around them. But LAPD, they're very aware of that situation that's going on, and how to bring this to an end safely. They're still working on it, but it seems that, you know, breaking those windows didn't seem to be that easy, even with the less than lethal, the beanbags. So talking to that driver, communicating safely, being able to see what that driver's doing, those things are very important to those officers on the ground. And right now, they're still unable to do any of those things.
At this point, I'm just wondering about the people who live right there. If they're informed or aware to not come outside, maybe they're gone for the day. Obviously, it's past 10 o'clock on a work day. But it's just a very bizarre situation, and I'm just baffled by the fact that this individual keeps attempting to reverse or go forward, where they're pretty much stuck in that position.
Yeah, that vehicle's, like I said, not going anywhere unless something dramatically changes in the next couple of minutes. I'm just surprised they haven't opened the door and at least tried to start communicating with the officers and say, hey, you know, if it's an emotional type of situation, a little bit of time and it will make a lot of difference. And I'm just really curious. I'm trying to keep an eye on that mirror. If that mirror moves, that means that door is going to open up. And also, it seems like it's a newer vehicle. You have the registration tag in the window.
Yeah, late model pickup right there.
PD's asking us for our help. Yeah, then they're trying to see through the windshield, and you know what?
It's very tinted.
It's very, very dark down there. Yeah, maybe if we move around a little bit, we might be able to see a little bit better, but at this point, it is so dark in that vehicle, we cannot see inside.
Yeah, and a lot of people wonder, you know, when something like this happens in their community, why there aren't officers telling other residents who are driving nearby, hey, turn around, or have a checkpoint. You know, they're so busy dealing with the situation and trying to put this to an end that it's not easy to get the resources out there and deploy to help manage the traffic at this very second. So that's why a lot of times you have to tune into us and watch us, or just get the message from a friend or fellow driver in the area who's saying, hey, turn around, cold water is blocked right now. We don't know when this situation is going to end. So clearly, you know, in a lot of situations, you wish you had that information. You wish there were police kind of telling you this is what's going on up the hill or down the hill. So maybe you want to be aware, but in this case, what matters the most, the first priority here is to get this under control, get that driver out. And of course, as you mentioned, Stu, they're asking you for a view of the driver, and we can't even see because it's so tinted.
It is very tinted, and also law enforcement, they are making those moves. I understand that they're going to start getting some traffic control out there, but more importantly, we hear that they maybe or probably have actually started talking about bringing SWAT over here or Metro units, depending upon what's going, which one is going to be closer. But they're already starting to escalate that situation, knowing that that driver has a little bit of an advantage right now with those tinted windows, and of course, they can't communicate with them. So they're moving their chess pieces up. Hopefully that driver is just, you know, maybe passed out behind the wheel, or if it is an emotional state, maybe starting to calm down, a little less adrenaline, a little bit more just calm, and maybe starting to rethink what's going on, because the reality is, you know, the simplest answer is just open the door, do as you're told, go into custody. But again, sometimes those simple things are really hard to comprehend.
Now it looks like I haven't seen any movement for a while, right, unless I missed it. So you're wondering what is happening inside. What is going on inside of that vehicle? It is just one of the most tinted windows that we've dealt with, so you can't even see motion. The motion I see is just a reflection from the trees there. So it's adding a shroud of mystery to it all and complicating the situation, because you really can't tell what's going on, and we have no idea how long we're just going to hang on this shot, and they're just going to wait.
You just don't know the mindset of the driver inside, the emotional state, as you've been mentioning, Stu, what their motivation is, what they're dealing with, what the circumstances are inside. If if the person's talking to somebody even, you know, on the phone, sometimes that's the case as well. And sometimes they want to get somebody who knows this driver to, hey, give him a call and see what's going on when people watch the situation happening on TV or following this pursuit as we have. So it's a long process, and it's not an easy one because nobody's a mind reader. Nobody knows the intent of this person, and clearly they're just waiting it out, as you mentioned, Stu. The police definitely have the upper hand.
Definitely have the upper hand right now, and just being clear, like if for anybody that's watching that might be the armchair officers, that guy right there that has green on there, that's pretty much, I would venture to say, a high-powered pellet gun. And they still are trying to figure out a way to break those windows or break the glass so that they can talk to that driver. When we do really get tight on there, you can kind of see some of those pellet holes in that window, so the glass is broken, but that heavy tint is not allowing that glass to fall, and that's part of the problem. I'm not sure if they've done the same thing on the other side of the vehicle. We didn't see any of them, and maybe they're not doing it because they don't want to agitate the driver. You know, if it, like the windows breaking next to them, that might create something that scare the driver and create a situation where the driver does a reactive move that would escalate into something else. So right now they're just concentrating on this side. They brought out the ballistic shield, that one officer right there. He just put it down, but you can see them. They're talking. We're watching their body language. That's the best we can do up here in Skyfox. We can't hear what they're saying, but they're definitely trying to put together a plan to figure out how to just talk to them. Just talk to that person and or see that person. That's really what they're trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely, Stu. It's just a waiting game right now.
Have my food.
Most definitely.
I swear,
Stu,
she
smells
me cooking.
Check on that.
She makes sure to sit in the seat.
They got vehicles still. Yeah.
So when I come back, I have to pick her up.
That's going to be the westbound off of. No, I'm sorry, that's southbound Coldwater.
Maybe this time.
There's a lot of folks still. They haven't really gotten a word, and they're starting to make some U-turns. You got one LAPD unit basically just saying, "Hey, you can't come this way." So possibly a lot of these folks are going to be making U-turns. Let's see about the northbound side. You still got a lot of traffic. You got a lot of traffic down there, and you got people there. That's not an officer. That's a guy on a motorcycle, basically parked the bike and is waiting. So I don't know how long they're going to wait. Who knows? But you can see a lot of these folks are already frustrated, making that U-turn. That's the smartest thing to do. Get out of there as quick
where
as
you
possible.
been?
And it's not because of the danger. It's more because this is going to be here for quite some time, and you just don't want to sit there on that roadway.
What are they doing? Why aren't they
eating? You could have easily gotten to wherever you need to do. Be just by making a U-turn.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know how long the standoff is going to last until, and clearly as we get later into the afternoon, perhaps into the lunch hour, a lot of people using Coldwater Canyon as a thoroughfare throughout the area, and it is a very well-traveled path. So now, thankfully, there is some traffic operations helping the situation because it is backed up.
Ma'am, very backed up, and you keep mentioning lunch, and you're trying to make me hungry, but a lot of these folks, there's a lot of great places to eat off of Ventura Boulevard. Just make these guys on this side of it, all they got to do is make that U-turn and get down that way. The other side, it's a little bit more of a drive because, and you can see it.
You too, man.
LAPD's pretty much doing a good job out there. They've been clearing it out, that one unit. He might not be in the mix of the action, but he's more helpful than a lot of them, as he's just kind of telling everybody, hey, you got to make that U-turn, get out. You're not going to be able to get through. They need to get well, that's the problem, I guess. They can't really get anybody on this side of it because it would be one of these officers, and these guys right now pretty busy, as I would say. So maybe they're going to get somebody on the lower sides, someone off of Ventura, and drive up Coldwater and just start telling people, hey, you got to make a U-turn. You're not getting through.
Of all the places that this came to an end, one of the most inconvenient roads.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, inconvenience
definitely.
in the rich
I'm
people.
Curious to see this is just a random spot, or was he trying to make his way into the driveway, or what? And you were mentioning earlier about the folks that live here. This home does definitely have a couple of vehicles in the driveway. I haven't seen any residents out walking around. This one, no vehicles, but I'm sure they've got a spacious garage with a home up here on the hillside. But right now, I would venture to say that anybody that's in any of these homes right there, they're kind of aware of what's going on. They're probably in a safe space and looking out the window and probably have a better view of what's going on as well. Anybody in this house, they might be able to see everything through that window, but we can't, and it's frustrating for me as well. And you know what? All we have to do is see. The law enforcement, they need to see just to get a better feel with what they're dealing with.
You really wonder if the driver inside that vehicle is taking a nap or what that driver is doing, passed out. You know, you don't know the state of mind, and clearly this is a waiting game, as you were mentioning, Stu, but also people in the neighborhood, I'm sure they're on a group chat. Maybe they saw on their Ring cameras, you know, maybe they're on Nextdoor or Citizens app, and they're probably conveying the message that this is going on right in front of their home.
Yeah, you know, you brought up, you touched on a very great point. It's like, also, we don't know the condition of that driver. We're kind of just throwing things out there, but you know what? Maybe it's a medical issue. Maybe, you know, maybe that person is actually in need of medical help right now, and they're unable to help this person because, you know, they don't know. They can't see this person. They don't know if they have a handgun. You know, maybe it was some sort of medical thing, and now that person, like you said, passed out, and this could turn into something else. And if they would have just opened the door, if they would have just made contact, if they would have done
really could be a diabetic episode. They could be dying right now.
This would
the cops aren't helping them.
But right now, it's like you said.
Why aren't they going up to the fucking door? Why are they? Dude, LA cops are pussies. They should have the bulletproof shield thing. Go up, open the damn door.
It isn't. They're going to not jumping out of the truck and tackling the vehicle.
Cops have gotten really lame lately. They're all scared of a bomb or something.
They're going to make sure the plan's going to work. So it's going to be some time.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Going on until
it took them an hour to go make sure this dude's not dying.
Possibly talk him into just coming out. But if it comes down to SWAT, it's going to take some time for them to try to figure out how they're going to make this happen.
Well, how long? I mean, I'm just throwing this out there. The thought. I know you don't have an answer. How long could this possibly go on for?
Crazy, isn't it? How would they not check to make sure he's not having a medical? He didn't have any other. He didn't have any other thing that they were like.
Yes. Oh, definitely. And
he was just driving slowly.
They've got a different arsenal. Those are specially trained officers. They, you know, of course, all the officers are trained to handle situations. But a standoff like this, well, you know, they got to bring in the pros, and the pros in this case are going to be either Metro or SWAT, and they're going to come in here and they're going to look this over. They might have some high-tech tools that the patrol officers don't have, and they'll be able to get a better feel with
a drone in there
inside that truck, or they might just walk up, you know, basically break that window, and then that's going to start a conversation.
Yeah, that's right. There's a bunch of tactics that these trained professionals know and are ready to perform.
LA cops are the most pussy cops in the country, dude.
Advantage in certain cases because they
act like they're in fucking Afghanistan or something.
They'll just wait it out. But this is clearly one of the most stubborn drivers that
fucking scared to get sued.
In the past few weeks, as we've been covering situations
like this, we got these liberal ass fucking judges that approve all these dumbass lawsuits,
which is what we really want to see.
It only hurt the taxpayer.
In this case, certainly a different situation.
Now the cops do shit like this because they don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, definitely a frustrating situation.
It's not because they don't want to get shot.
Everybody involved in it, especially a lot of those drivers.
They don't want to accidentally shoot him
this morning and are unable to get to where they need to be, or have the inconvenience to have to find their way around it. You know, you got to give it props to.
They know they'll get him before he gets them.
Spike strips in place. They got those.
They don't want to have to do that because then they'll have to pay out.
And
the family, possibly.
You know, that
if he was just
are
grabbing
not
his
as
phone.
easy as you and I might think, and especially
they're definitely going to shoot if he grabs or anything.
Like
so
that actually works against the officer for those getting that vehicle to spin around. So you know, because there's no forward momentum. But as it stands right now,
they'd rather let him die on his own.
They were trying to turn into the driveway and then basically wedge themselves up
not
against
their
the
fault.
hedges. But what's going on inside there? We can't see it. LAPD can't see it, and that's the reason why it's become this waiting game.
So what, you know, in circumstances where they are trying to communicate with someone who's inside barricaded, whether it is a vehicle or a home, aside from speaking on a loudspeaker and trying to get their attention and trying to communicate, at what point do they attempt to call them? Do you know how that works?
Oh, that one, I wouldn't be privy to those kind of protocols at all, but I do know that they have made the call, that there's been a call out for SWAT, so they are en route. Where they are, how long it's going to be for them to get here, that type of information, I haven't heard on the scanner. Sometimes they give an ETA, but that's the other thing too. It's like Wonder Team assemble. They have to make sure that all their guys are here. It isn't like they come in one truck like the fire department. So depending upon where these officers are in their ETA to this location, then they've all got to get together. Like I said, they've got to make it. This is going to go on for a while, unless that driver decides, like, hey, I'm just going to give up now. But it doesn't seem like that's happening. I think it's hopeful or wishful thinking. I keep seeing something going on over there, and I'm kind of hoping that maybe the window went down or something. But it hasn't happened, and you know, I'm kind of poking fun at it. Is maybe he just got the windows tinted and they told him don't roll down the windows. But I don't think that's the issue right now. The issue right now is that driver is either obstinate or just incapacitated, and probably by their own hand.
Yeah, that is certainly a thought that is crossing people's minds as they watch this, now that we don't even see any attempts being made to reverse or drive forward, which was ridiculous to begin with, but now not seeing any motion or activity coming from that vehicle.
What are you talking about?
You know, your mind starts to wonder what is happening or what happened inside of that truck.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, these officers, they you know, it was a very slow speed pursuit, but still they were in pursuit, and now they're all just kind of again, they've got a number of them out here, but the thing is, it's like you just don't know. Maybe this person does have a gun in there, and you know,
you just don't know. Maybe he does have a nuke.
Maybe you can approach with that shield and try to open
maybe the door. He does have
maybe you can approach with the vehicle and try to break out that window. But you know, these officers, they have to answer to their superiors as well, and if some, you know, it is one of those things. If one of their bosses says
I could take out the whole police
force, now you're in trouble. You know, that's what's going on down there. So they have to be cautious. They have to play by their own rules. And right now, their rules are maybe changing. I'm seeing some gloves being put on, and I'm seeing seeing these guys kind of lining up. So maybe they're going to make some sort of attempt to approach that vehicle.
They're tired of looking like
if that happens, they're going to bring it to an end quickly. It looks like they're talking to this guy. He's the guy with the shield. You can see it. So we're going to be here pretty much, unless it goes longer than 2 hours. Yeah. But I am just as curious as you are. I can guarantee it.
We want to remind people how this all started, because we started the 10 o'clock hour breaking into our coverage with this pursuit that started.
I'm surprised he has 2 hours worth of fuel.
In the Beverly Glen area, police were in pursuit of the slow-driving, late-model gray pickup truck that you see there wedged. And this is how it ended up after this driver was initially followed because of the failure to yield, possibly involved in a hit and run, and then slowly making their way to this area of Coldwater Canyon, and then after 2 deployments of successful
they wanted to die or something? What was that all about?
That were spike strips that were deployed from the police department. Those tires were deflated, and the driver did not give
back
up,
in the day, if
but
you would have put the black
ultimately
person up
wedged
front,
right
people
in
would have thought
here,
a certain
and
something
as
about it.
police
Like, hey,
officers surrounded
like
this
in the
vehicle,
60s, right?
as
The
we're
civil
watching
rights
right
movement.
here, that driver continued to try to reverse into
if you would have put a
those
black person in
cruisers. So we
harm's
were watching
danger in
that
front
for
of
quite
white
some
people,
time.
it would have
But
been
again,
like that.
reminding people that we can't see inside the
racist.
vehicle in that pickup because
But
of
now
the severe
people see
tint
it as
that's on.
she's
We did
leading,
see
she's in the front,
officers
she's in the
use
most danger.
non-lethal force to try
Yeah,
to
go
break
minorities.
the back window there. You can see that
All right,
it's
go
shattered,
for it, lady.
but still no movement from inside the cab of the.
Door's opening.
The door is opening. Here we go. Let's see what's happening.
Door's opening. There we go. There we go. Female driver. And back inside. Well, we at least know that it isn't a medical issue. That we can cross that off the list. But definitely just came out, made an appearance, and then went back inside the vehicle. So, you know, now it's now things have changed up a little bit. Now, still the question is that person armed?
Right.
But this kind of changes it up. Maybe the officers that are here will make an attempt to take her into custody. But it's a good thing to see that person get out of the vehicle. And clearly you can see that, you know, maybe not in the best frame of mind as she got out, but got out, did a little jig there, and probably said a couple of things, and then got back inside the pickup truck. But law enforcement, you can see it. I see it.
Get out of my way.
Bit, different stance with the officers, which is good. But clearly, they still, you know, there's still always those possibilities, and you don't want to be on the wrong side of that possibility.
Well, maybe they'll change up the tactics and the strategy, knowing who they're dealing with, what they're dealing with in terms of the mental state, whatever she yelled at them or said to them, they'll take that into consideration. And obviously, they know it's not a medical condition, as you mentioned. She's well able to walk out of that vehicle on her own. So they know, and they gathered a lot of information just on that appearance, Stu.
Definitely, and still, you know, you can see like that one officer there. I was keeping an eye on her. She had her weapon drawn and ready for the entire time. I got to give officers props. A lot of times I watch these standoff situations and just think to myself, I couldn't stand or be in that position for half an hour, maybe more. But you can see a little bit more relaxed stance with the officers, which is a good thing.
Because he has hemorrhoids like me.
Now, still, I don't know. They may try to go over there. I haven't seen any kind of baton or anything come out that they might use to clear out the tint, the broken window, so they can look inside. And also, if she locks the doors, that's going to be a hindrance as well. So right now, still a standoff, but a little bit less tense for sure.
I'm actually wondering what prompted that individual. I mean, again, questions we're just thinking out loud to, at that moment, come out. Curious to know what was said. And very risky, by the way, to do that, to come out that way, yell whatever she yelled, and then jump back into the vehicle. Like, clearly, it once again confirms to us that there's something going on here that's might have to do with a mental health concern or some kind of under the influence of something, because that behavior, not only is it dangerous, but it's very reckless.
Very reckless, very emotional, probably not very well thought out. Getting a little information that now we're hearing maybe, I'm doing the air quotes, maybe that vehicle's an unreported stolen. So possibly that driver is not the person that's registered to the car. So again, is it stolen? Is it some sort of relationship, like somebody took the vehicle without permission? All that, maybe we'll find out. But right now, the big concern is just getting that person out of the car and handcuffs on, and then put into the back of one of these police cars and clear that roadway. But it doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime very quickly. But again, officers, at least the tension has lessened, and we're still waiting on SWAT. Like I said, they have been called. When they're going to get here, that's another question. But right now, Coldwater closed in both directions. The main ones would be between Mulholland and Ventura Boulevard.
Yeah, it's a major thoroughfare for people traveling back and forth in that community. And clearly this has been going on for 45 minutes at this point in that area. Thankfully, there's traffic officers or people making sure that they turn around and don't approach, because obviously this is going to take some time, especially if SWAT is called, but hopefully maybe they can resolve this before then, given the fact that the driver did come out to make that brief declaration to police officers, whatever she said to them, and then quickly went back inside. But she seemed irritated. She seemed like she didn't want to be bothered.
Yes.
And then went back inside to sit in that car.
Yeah, most definitely. And you always kind of wonder, it's like, what, if she got out and said, you know, hey, leave me alone or whatever, it's like, you know, law enforcement's going to be like, oh, well, she wants to be left alone, let's just all go. That's just not going to happen. So it's you know, she's going to get the cuff, she's going to go into custody, and hopefully this will get resolved, and whatever the issues were, they'll be worked out later on. But right now, it's still a standoff. There's still a sense of danger because you just don't know. But the big problem right now is for the public because, like you said, cold water's closed both directions. Yes, you know, a lot of people can be a little bit inconvenienced and just make their way over to Laurel or any of the other ways around. But as it stands right now, you've got some other vehicles. I don't even know how this guy got through it. For a minute there, I thought maybe it was one of the Metro vehicles from LAPD. But you can see right there, too, they brought the fire department out just in case it goes sideways. They'll be able to, they'll have paramedics nearby to help out very quickly. But as it stands, it's more of a standoff than anything else happening out here. Studio City, right off of Coldwater Canyon.
You know, I think we have Gigi right now who's going to join the conversation and talk a little bit about some information she's getting as far as how this whole thing began. Gigi, tell us where you are and fill in some of the details here, please.
Well, I'm at an LAPD station here in South Los Angeles, but I've been following this pursuit. I've been in touch with commanders at the LAPD, and let me take you back to how all of this started, which was in Hollywood just before 9:30 this morning. That female driver apparently was having an argument with her significant other, her boyfriend or husband, a man in that pickup, which, by the way, is stolen. And that is one of the many reasons that officers aren't just approaching that car. They don't know if this woman is armed. They don't know who she is right now because, again, the car is stolen. That is a silver Toyota Tacoma pickup truck. Again, Hollywood and Vine, she's having an argument with this man, according to police. At one point, he gets out of the passenger seat, and police say she attempts to hit him with that pickup truck and does indeed hit him, most likely knocking him into the bed of the truck from which he then jumped out of. Now, police quickly arrived on the scene. This guy, the victim in all of this, did not want to be treated by paramedics. An ambulance was called. But she then, when police arrived, she just took off. And that's where the pursuit started. Hollywood and Vine. And those are Hollywood officers that you see surrounding her right now. Again, if you're just
where the stars are.
LA, we've been following this pursuit. We have Stu and Skyfox up above, have been following it all the way from Hollywood when that driver, she took Laurel Canyon, then jumped onto Mulholland and is now stopped on the 2300 block of Coldwater Canyon. An extremely tense situation. Officers don't know what condition she is. She is possibly under the influence, they suspect, of alcohol or drugs. But one important thing is they don't know if she is armed right now. They don't know what is in that stolen vehicle. She is facing felony hit and run charges in addition to most likely charges for stealing that Toyota Tacoma pickup, and even more once they get her out. So right now, commanders are at the scene. They are grouping together to see what is their next step. Of course,
or some shit, probably, dude.
Meanwhile, there's a secondary scene, and that's back at Hollywood and Vine, where the original hit and run, assault with a deadly weapon charge, and this whole story
starts. Some gangster girl type shit, for sure.
Right.
Especially if they're already in a stolen truck.
These details details. Clearly, this is going to take a while as far as an investigation is concerned, and what happens here as a result of this standoff. You're dealing with two separate scenes that police have to assess what exactly happened as they piece this together. But it does help us understand a little bit about what led us to this place and what emotional, mental, and physical state this individual is in now.
And right now, police officers with Hollywood Division, LAPD Hollywood Division, are at Hollywood and Vine, and they're interviewing their main witness, which in this case technically is the victim. He is somehow connected to her, either her boyfriend or her husband, her partner. They were having an argument. He got out of the car, and police say she hit him with the car. Now, his injuries reportedly are not serious. He refused to be transported by ambulance, but he is talking to
he's scared
police
ICE is
right
going to take
now.
him when he
They're
gets
trying
there.
to get as much information as they can. Unclear if he's being cooperative. Most often in situations like this, the other person is not cooperative when they know the suspect. They're not giving up a lot of information. One of the big things they want to know is, does she have a cell phone in that stolen pickup truck? That is one of the most important things, because if she does have a cell phone and they can get that number, crisis negotiators are going to be calling her. They're going to be trying to talk her down and, of course, talk her into giving up safely.
Yeah, and she wasn't giving up, Gigi, because even in the end of all this, when the spike strips were deployed, those tires were deflated, she still kept going, then wedged up against this property right here, surrounded by police officers, and even with them deploying the non-lethal rounds inside the vehicle, she was trying to basically reverse back into those cruisers and then also go forward to get out of the situation, not giving up. It was going on for quite some time. You could see those rear wheels spinning into trying to reverse into law enforcement. So that's just racking up the charges.
That's right. Right, and pit maneuvers are extremely dangerous in that they cause a driver to lose control, and you're on a canyon road where the edge just goes down the mountain there or goes into someone's home, and then traveling southbound, you had all that morning traffic. So pit maneuvers were very dangerous. They had to be thought out, and they had to only be used in moments that did not put anyone else in danger, and that's what you saw the LAPD, those Hollywood officers, do. The pit maneuver, which did cause the car to lose control for a bit. They did lay out several spike strips. She did hit one of those spike strips, eventually losing control. Her front two tires are flat, and the pit maneuver caused them. You saw her wobbling down the street right now. And another thing I can confirm, she does not live at that house. She just happened to lose control there in that driveway. You both were talking about how those tires were just wobbling left and right. And of course, a huge concern was she was going to crash into an innocent victim. All that traffic on the southbound side of the car. Again, police do believe she may be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. They don't know. Right now, they're working with her boyfriend, husband, trying to establish who she is, and that most important thing, does she have a cell phone in that stolen pickup truck that they can call her on, that those special mental health specialists, crisis negotiators can begin talking to her and convince her, hopefully, to give up safely.
Yes, thank you for actually clarifying that, because that is the question that people often have is, how do you communicate with someone in a situation like this? Well, first of all, they need to have a phone. Second of all, they will get that number, and then they start to speak to them. And these are trained professionals who often deal with circumstances like this. They get to know who they're dealing with and know the types of questions to ask and know the types of things to say to convince them to safely exit a situation like this. And so this is how we're seeing this standoff play out.
That's right. And oftentimes, family members will realize what's happening, and they'll arrive at the scene. And family members are usually not allowed to approach a vehicle. It's simply too dangerous. But another technique that's
family member's going to know she's got the stolen truck.
Have a family member, a mother, a father, a sibling, a husband, record a message that will be played if that
that's my daughter. That's her new stolen truck.
Their cell phone. They don't want to communicate that way. They'll record some type of a message, and they'll play that on a loudspeaker, and it'll be a familiar voice, a family member, a good friend. asking, begging that person to please give up safely because they don't want to see anybody get hurt. Of course, we don't know if any family members are on the way there. It'll be very difficult. And if you're just joining Good Day LA, you are watching the end of a pursuit, very slow speed pursuit that traveled from Hollywood, where it started, when the suspect inside that stolen pickup truck you see there to the right of your screen reportedly tried to hit her boyfriend with that pickup truck. So she's now facing assault with a deadly weapon charges. That boyfriend now at Hollywood and Vine with police being interviewed as they try to get more information about her. She then led police on a very slow speed pursuit. At times, even though her car was not disabled, that stolen pickup, she was doing only 5 miles an hour, which is a thankful thing because you don't want someone racing up down those canyons. We're talking about Laurel Canyon, Mulholland.
Oh, California's
and
economy surpasses Japan's.
And if you're just joining us, Coldwater
becomes the
is closed
fourth
right
largest
now
in the world.
Directions, south and north. So you'll definitely want to take an alternate route if you're trying to head from the valley into Hollywood or vice versa.
It certainly is a dramatic standoff because it's just the waiting game that no one knows when will be over, right? Gigi?
U.S.,
a lot of times
China,
you see
Germany,
a driver
then
will
California.
give up at this point, knowing that they're all surrounded and that police officers are probably talking to her, at least giving her some orders. But in this case, she's definitely dug in and not listening to anyone to get out. So clearly, though, officers are trained in all of this, and they use time as an asset and a tool. In their case, they have all the time in the world to make sure this resolution comes to a peaceful end.
That's right. They're most likely using their loudspeakers. I don't know if we want to bring in Stu Mandel. I don't know from the chopper with all the noise. And, of course, you've got that police chopper, if you could possibly even hear something. But most likely they are using their loudspeakers, asking her, telling her, ordering her, going from everything to please to making it an order for her to come out. And she is not coming out. We are trying to check and see if they are in communication with her, if she does have a cell phone in that stolen pickup truck.
But speaking about the mental state, and we never know their mental, emotional state when we cover things like this, but the fact that when she initially got wedged up in that position right there in that vehicle, the fact that the tires were spinning in reverse, trying to back up into law enforcement, is something we didn't see or we haven't seen in quite some time. So clearly giving you a window into the aspect of the fact that she didn't care. She wanted to get out of that situation. So much so that she was willing to back into law enforcement. Thankfully, the truck was so disabled, nothing happened, and it didn't move or crash into those cruisers there, but clearly a sign that she was dug in and she wasn't going to give up.
That's right. And, you know, Stu mentioned earlier that this could be a case where she was very emotional, and obviously emotions were running high. She was having an argument. Police will tell you that domestic violence incidents are some of the most dangerous that police can respond to because emotions run so high. We have seen police officers multiple times actually get shot or injured, even killed, responding to a domestic violence incident because people are so worked up. They are so emotional. So these situations are handled with the utmost of caution now that they know that this started as a domestic violence incident, an argument between a couple in Hollywood that escalated when this man, her boyfriend, husband, again, significant other, got out of that pickup truck, which is stolen, and she hit him with it, according to police. So she is facing multiple felony charges this morning, starting with assault with a deadly weapon, failing to yield,
shut up, lady.
The police pursuit, etc.
Thank you.
We are getting close right now to approach the 11 o'clock hour. We've been on this for an hour, a solid hour pretty much. Let's just get everyone up to speed. Those who are just joining us, the reason this has dominated our coverage this morning is because it is quite an unusual situation. And, you know, at the time we were dealing with a pursuit-like circumstance. Now it's a standoff, and it was putting other people in danger. So we're closely monitoring the situation situation. Gigi is with us, providing us some details, and it's helping us understand the circumstance. Stu up in Skyfox giving us this perspective. Why don't we have you, Gigi, if you don't mind, just tell us how this all began and what we know so far, and just set the scene.
And we should mention we are both live streamed on Channel 13 and Fox 11 as well. If you're just joining our coverage, you can join us on either station as the Gigi lets us know how this all began and where we are right now.
Well, yes, good morning. This all started in Hollywood at the iconic corner of Hollywood and Vine, where police tell me that a female driver and her male companion were in a heated argument. At one point near that corner, near that intersection, that man got out of the car and she accelerated, hitting him, possibly tossing him into the bed of that pickup truck, either tossing him or he jumped up there to try to get out of the way, but he was injured, we are told. And she then took off, leaving him there. She also apparently hit some city property, which is a fire hydrant. Now, police have since learned that that silver Toyota Tacoma that you are looking at live there is stolen. The driver is a female, and detectives and officers are working with her boyfriend, trying to get as much information about her as they possibly can. The pursuit went from Hollywood and Vine to Hollywood and Laurel Canyon, where she headed north. At times she made U-turns, came back south, and headed north again. She eventually headed west on Mulholland and now is on Coldwater Canyon. As you saw live with great coverage from Stu Mundell and Skyfox, LAPD officers from Hollywood attempted pit maneuvers several times. That did cause her to lose control, but finally it was a spike strip that took out her front 2 tires, and she has stopped in the driveway, crashed into the hedge of a home here on Coldwater Canyon. If you're just joining us on Good Day LA, traffic is shut down in both directions on Coldwater Canyon. And just a moment ago, Stu was showing you LA City firefighters are also staged in the area. An ambulance is there too, should it be required. Again, we were talking about right before we went to the transition of the hour that this is started as a domestic violence incident, and these are some of the most dangerous calls that police officers can respond to, precisely because emotions are running so high. And we've sadly seen many officers lose their lives while responding to a domestic violence call. So they are treating this very cautiously. They don't know if she is armed. They don't know who she is because the pickup is stolen. So now they are working so many different scenes. This one at Hollywood and Vine, they're also working to try to determine where this pickup was stolen from. Commanders are in conference right now. They're trying to decide what their next steps are. This as they try and learn more about her state of mind, who she is. Does she have a cell phone in that stolen pickup truck? And all of that information is hopefully going to come from the boyfriend that they are interviewing in Hollywood. His injuries reportedly not too serious.
We're in California, remember?
He refused to be transported
I love it here.
But that paramedics did check him out, and they say she did hit him at one point. How hard and what injuries he suffered, we don't know yet. All of this is developing as we speak, and you're looking live at this beautiful neighborhood, Coldwater Canyon.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Northbound traffic now shut down.
Watch, it's going to burn next month. Oh, this whole neighborhood is going to fucking catch on fire. It's going to be gone.
To come out of that stolen pickup truck.
And just one thing you mentioned, which is quite interesting, is that a lot of times in these cases, when there is a significant other, perhaps a love interest or a partner involved in all of this, that they don't want to actually cooperate with law enforcement and give up a lot of information. Is that correct?
That is, unfortunately, especially when there is some type of an emotional tie between the victim and the suspect. Oftentimes, the victim will be very uncooperative, will not give up information about who the suspect is. We know the police are with him right now, and they're also documenting where this crime started, which was on Hollywood and Vine. We do believe she does have a cell phone, and that police or crisis negotiators may may be speaking to her now. We are waiting confirmation on that. But apparently she does have a cell phone, and that information, of course, would have come from the man that had been in the pickup truck, the man that had been in an argument with her. And again, officers also believe that she may be under the influence of either alcohol or drugs. So they're treating this very, very cautiously, as you would expect them to. And they have to also be concerned because she is in the driveway of a home, and the folks in that house, we do believe there are people there and that police have been in contact with them already, telling them to please stay inside, lock all those doors, lock all those windows, just in case she decides to make a run for it.
If we can, I think Stu and Skyfox can hear us. If we can just get a wider shot, I'm just curious to see what it looks like on the road there, and if all of the backup and traffic we had seen has cleared now. Obviously, they're not allowing people to come into this area until the situation is resolved, and it looks like that is the case. So.
It also looks like the fire rig is going back down the canyon hill or leaving the scene. We saw it parked close by in case, but perhaps a different assignment, a different kind of strategy that they're deploying right now as they try to deal with this.
Hopefully they are indeed talking to her. We believe that crisis negotiators are talking with her. The ultimate goal, of course, is getting her to surrender peacefully. No one wants to see her get hurt, the officers and the innocent folks that might be around in that neighborhood, although police have done a good job of stopping traffic and making sure there is no foot traffic. We did see a couple of people trying to get to the scene, trying to get a better look. But again, they don't know if she's armed. The stolen pickup truck gives them an idea that, you know, this may not be on the up and up, and that makes them be even more cautious as they treat the scene.
Yeah, and it's curious to wonder if all of the law enforcement from the Hollywood division waiting there for perhaps SWAT to come in, SEB units perhaps to take care of this situation and help this go along. And they are highly trained in terms of crisis negotiations and dealing with this type of stuff, also with more resources at their fingertips as well. In that case, you know, they would have more manpower to perhaps take this woman into custody. So we have not yet seen any of that approach the scene at this point.
100 people there to take her in.
We're wondering if that's what they're waiting for.
They are in talks with the Metropolitan Division of the LAPD, and of course SWAT and the K-9 officers are under the Metro Department there, and they're trying to group and make sure this meets all the requirements, if SWAT can actually make a difference, if they are needed to come in. We know that LAPD commanders from Hollywood Division and the West Division of LAPD are also en route. Some of them are already there. We're talking about the captains, the commanders in charge of LAPD's West Bureau, which Hollywood is a part of. They are all heading to the scene if they're not already there. You can see the pickup truck with that toolbox in the back, that built-in toolbox in the back is blocked in. So right now there's no danger of her getting away in the pickup truck. They know it's disabled. They know the front two tires, the axis is shot. She's not going to go anywhere. The tires are also flat. She tried, we saw her revving that engine, and she tried to get away, but she could not. So that is not of a concern right now. And
I do those free of charge, but you guys could give me $1 per burp.
To block in her car with an armored vehicle, but right now there is no danger of her getting away.
If you were in Vegas,
in the car. And if she were to try to get away on foot, I would venture to say she'll be quickly overpowered by all the officers that are there at the scene. And it's a very difficult winding road.
I see somebody that's left to go to the ATM.
The other way, so we don't think she's going to get very far.
And we're just learning that this has impacted the community and the surrounding area. As you mentioned, Gigi, homeowners in that community told to stay inside if they're at home. Obviously, probably group chatter in the neighborhood, blogs and apps telling people what the situation is, perhaps picking this up on Ring camera as well, but also impacting the local schools in the area. Harvard Westlake, we understand, is on lockdown at this point as a matter of caution. But clearly, this has impacted many, many drivers, many residents, people in the community, and now the local school there.
And I just want to point out that, yes, indeed, all lanes obviously
Short
closed
didn't
here.
help,
And this
did
is
it?
Clawson and Coldwater, just so.
How's it do it over there?
If you're
Let's
just
see.
joining us, you have an exact idea of what the location we are talking about.
I believe this is, and maybe we can bring Stu Mundell into the conversation. I believe this is the 2300 block of Coldwater Canyon. I'm not sure if this is already the Sherman Oaks side. I believe it is.
Stu, can you hear Gigi?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It is. We're definitely on the Sherman Oaks. We're in the Studio City, actually. This is actually coming up as Studio City, and you're right, 23. I think it's actually the 3400 block. Actually, I can tell you the exact address here in just a moment. But yeah, this is definitely going to be in the Studio City portion, and this is at 30. The actual addresses are going to be 3470 is going to be the general area where we are off of here of Coldwater Canyon. And the officers still standing there. They are trying to make contact, I am sure, with that driver. Gigi saying that they might be able to talk to her with a cell phone. And basically, this person knows that they're going to go into custody and maybe is just doing a waiting game. We also hear that it keeps moving around, but they actually are setting up a command post nearby. We did see that one fire truck. Those were probably paramedics. They did leave the scene.
15 views on the short that I uploaded
to and Mulholland. They might have gone back to the station, and I heard that might be a staging point for LAPD as well. It's kind of tough to see, but we don't have to move Skybox, but you can clearly make out there's an ambulance here very close by, like Gigi said, in case this turns into something else, which I hope and probably will not, but they do have paramedics nearby to attend to anybody that may be injured during this standoff. But that driver, just very obstinate, like Gigi brought up earlier, very probably clearly emotional. Anytime it is a domestic violence call, that is one of the dangerous calls
doing
that any
game
law
streams
enforcement
on the
goes
other
on,
one.
including LAPD. And again, we're also not sure, was it when they say the vehicle is stolen, was it stolen from the person that she bumped into or hit with the vehicle? Is that her boyfriend? Is it their vehicle? And then she took off in it. All those type of things will come out later on. The big portion right now is just for that driver to get out of that vehicle. LAPD, they are tasked with doing it in a safe way, and right now the safe way is just a wait. We did see her get out one time, and that was a positive in a way. I was thinking, well, she got out one time, she'll get out again, but she hasn't gotten out in any type of recent moments. And again, this is coming up on almost an hour out here. Coldwater closed in both directions. The big ones are basically between Mulholland and Ventura Boulevard. So that's a large area that is closed down for this police activity. And like you said, Harvard Westlake now on lockdown as well. This is affecting a lot of people, and it's just over an emotional type of situation, probably. And maybe it's fear of retribution or fear of having to go to jail. But that driver, all she has to do is get out, walk over to the law enforcement, and then this will start on that road to a recovery. So it's that simple. But as it stands right now, just a standoff type of situation. Law enforcement, they still have lethal weapons out, more, less lethal weapon. And you also can read the body language. When this first verse going on, very tense down there, kind of more relaxed right now. Clearly, you just saw the helicopter fly through the shot. That's LAPD. They're here as well. They were asking for our help. They were asking for anybody's help to see that driver. Her getting out and showing herself really kind of helped law enforcement know what they're dealing with. But then when Gigi was bringing up the fact that this is a domestic violence, that really, okay, we know it's a woman behind the wheel. She did get out, doesn't appear to be armed, but we don't know if there's a gun in that vehicle. But also now you're adding on the layer of high emotions. So yeah, this is still very much a tense situation. Law enforcement, they are nearby, more law enforcement than what we're showing right here. Not sure if the staging point is over at the fire station or maybe at Westlake School, but the bottom line is they are setting up. We might be seeing some of the Metro SWAT make their way over here shortly.
They really do take their time out here.
It's not going to be a quick thing. They're not just going to roll up on the truck and walk over there and do their magic. They're going to have to set up a plan. They're going to have to make sure all their guys are ready. They're going to make sure all the officers know what the plan is. So if they see something happening, they can understand what is going on, who's the bad guy, who's not the bad guy, why things are happening. But right now, you clearly see it. Very much a standoff. I'm sure if there is anybody in these homes, Gigi says they have spoken to them. We haven't seen them, so maybe it is life as normal inside there, but I venture with all that noise from all the helicopters out here and, of course, what's going on in their driveway, they're going to keep an eye on this as well. Thank goodness the only shots that we've seen be fired were from that beanbag gun and or the pellet gun while they were trying to break the window just to get in and to basically be able to communicate with her. There is something that I haven't seen deployed, and I'm not sure why, but we haven't seen any of those pepper balls been deployed. Maybe Gigi can ask or maybe has some answers why that's not happening, but we do know that that one rear window on the passenger side, we thought that, you know, the tint is keeping it from falling, but I would venture to say that it is actually has a hole in it, so maybe a pepper ball could get through there. That would be enough of an adjutant maybe to make it uncomfortable for that suspect just to get out of that vehicle and give the opportunity to officers to take her into custody and again start that road to recovery. But right now, this is just a situation, a standoff as it is out here in the Studio City area. Laurel Canyon, 3400 block is exactly where we are. And right now, it's a waiting game. And sad to say that that suspect really, the law enforcement definitely has time on their hands. But right now, it's being held up mostly from that suspect because she's choosing just not to get out of the vehicle.
So as we take keep a watch on this, obviously the live situation we've been covering since we got on the pursuit, when it was a pursuit before it became a standoff, at 10 a.m., at the start of our 10 a.m. broadcast. Now we're hour 16 minutes into this situation. We do have some video of what transpired prior to this becoming a standoff situation. So let's show you that. This is when officers deployed the spike strip. There you see it right there. It impacted the front tire. There were two spike strips which were deployed. A little bit later on, there was another.
There it is.
There it is.
So the second one.
Both of those causing the front two tires to eventually slowly deflate, and that's when we saw the vehicle start to slow down. The driver of that vehicle start to lose control. The wheels got wobbly, and eventually and very slowly we came to rest here on this driveway, on that hedge like greenery, the fence you see there. And then they did do somewhat, I don't know if you'd call that a pit maneuver, not really. They just they
made sure to jam it in right there, basically, to wedge it in, to make sure that the pickup couldn't move, but clearly we saw the driver trying to reverse back into those cruisers.
This is racism. Why didn't they leave the...
Thankfully, that
was she's got to rest her wrist.
In terms of the pickup not being able to hurt law enforcement or create any more damage at the scene, and here we are. That's basically where we end up right now with this standoff.
Soldiers need to rest their wrist. Hey, hey, buddy, can you hold my rifle for me?
And still, it looks like the stance is a little different now. We saw them waiting and kind of just waiting out the situation, but now it looks like they're ready to make a move.
No, they're not ready to make a move. I thought that for a second or two, but I mentioned it
earlier. It's
On
ridiculous,
that one female officer right there basically had her weapon out at the ready for the entire time. And I was feeling her pain just watching her holding that gun. This officer right here just took her spot. They just kind of relieved her. Moments ago, you saw her shaking her hand, probably trying to get some blood flow back into her fingers. I felt her pain. That's really what we were looking at right there. But they
the
are
horror
not,
they have to
thinking, well, maybe they're lining up to make that walk over there to try to take that suspect into custody.
She held her hands like that for like so long, man.
Like you have SWAT on the line, they're going to be waiting for them. To, they're not going to call them and say, "Oh, never mind, we took care of it." I don't think it works like that, especially not with LAPD.
Think about that.
So they're going to wait here until they all show up, and then there maybe something will change. But as it stands right now, the only thing that I kind of remember from all these standoffs is, I haven't seen the pepper balls. I haven't seen any type of deployment of any kind of adjutant to get that driver out of that vehicle, maybe besides harsh language. but that clearly not working at this time. That driver very obstinate, staying inside that car. Law enforcement, they've been at the ready, and like I said, we kind of can poke a little fun at this, but for the most part, this is still a very serious situation. That driver creating a lot of problems for a lot of people, or inconvenience for a lot of people, but also the fact that with the unknown, that big question, even if they believe there is no weapon in the vehicle, that doesn't mean there isn't, and you just don't want to be wrong in that situation, period. So right now, law enforcement still at the ready. That driver, for all we know, she might be taking a nap, but if they could see her and see that she is doing that, then they probably would make an effort to just kind of approach the vehicle. That super dark tint, that's the problem right now. They can't see in there, and even Skybox earlier on, we tried to look through that front windscreen, couldn't see in there also because of that super dark tint on the other windows, no light getting in there. So right now, just a waiting game. That driver, the suspect, she has all the cards as it stands right now. That could change if SWAT shows up, but right now it's just sit and wait. Officers from the, it's actually a little bit of a mix. Mostly it's the Hollywood division. There's some North Hollywood here as well. They've been relieving some of their officers that have been standing at the ready. I don't blame them. I was kind of I am super impressed that she was able to just hold that stance for almost an hour. But right now they're waiting. They're taking this very seriously. I don't think much yelling or talking on the loudspeaker is happening down there. If they're talking to her, they're talking to her through a cell phone, but clearly that's doesn't seem to be moving this along at any kind of expedited speed.
Tint is certainly making it challenging for law enforcement to get an idea of what they're dealing with and what they could possibly do. You mentioned they're not using many things that could possibly be an option at this point. Perhaps it is because that tint is challenging them and they can't really see what they would be doing. And it is challenging for us as well. And it's also making this standoff, I guess, for lack of a better word, less interesting because we don't know what's going on. We're just waiting around. Gigi had mentioned that, I believe, and she's still there, that they had confirmed that this individual does have a cell phone and that they are in contact and making contact with professional mental health trained individuals who are trying to convince this individual to exit this vehicle in a safe manner and get a sense of where they are mentally at this point.
That's right. It is believed she has a cell phone, and if they have that information, they most likely got it from her significant other, the man who reportedly was hit by her in an assault with a deadly weapon. The deadly weapon, of course, being that stolen pickup truck. Now, this is all happening on the 3400 block of Coldwater Canyon right now. But the pursuit, if you're just joining us here on Good Day LA, you are looking at the termination of a pursuit of a stolen pickup truck, but it all started in Hollywood, and that's where police tell us the female driver got into an argument with her male companion who was in the passenger seat. At one point, he wanted to put an end to the argument, apparently, and he got out at Hollywood and Vine, and that's where police say she used that stolen pickup truck to hit him. Now, he went flying. He is injured. An ambulance did respond, although he denied he did not want to be transported by paramedics. So he is now being interviewed by police, and it all started there at Hollywood and Vine. She led police on a very slow speed pursuit through the streets of Hollywood to Laurel Canyon, where she headed north. She made it several U-turns. She didn't know she wanted to go north or south. She kept going back and forth. Police kept on her tail with a police chopper up above, trailing them. She eventually continued north onto Laurel Canyon. She made a left turn onto Mulholland and eventually got to Coldwater Canyon, where this is all happening now. Again, this is the 3400 block of Coldwater Canyon, which is shut down in both directions. She is refusing to come out of that stolen pickup truck. Police have been talking to her on a loudspeaker, and we believe have now been talking to her, possibly on a cell phone. Either the officers there at the scene,
I'm not turning the AC on.
crisis
It's fucking
negotiators
chilly
who are
in here,
trained
dude. I
to
don't want.
talk to suspects.
I don't want
She
it
is
colder
very
back there.
emotional. Police do believe she may be under the influence of alcohol
off now.
or
You went
drugs.
back off, I guess.
They don't know who she is, or at least they didn't. Hopefully now the victim in this case, which knows her apparently very well, has told police and have given them the information they're going to need.
I'm getting over my
to
OCD of
hopefully
seeing the
talk her
cat
out of
seat
that car
outside, dude.
safely. One
Honestly.
thing they don't know, and they can't take the victim's word for, is whether or not there's a gun or any other type of weapon in the stolen pickup truck. They've confirmed that there's a crime
Especially
there
now that I know
already.
they're
The
eating
pickup
somewhere
truck is
else.
stolen. They don't
None
know,
of them
though,
are
if
defending
she's
on me
armed.
fully.
And the big question, Stu was wondering,
good.
maybe
I'm
you
cool
know,
on that.
Gigi, is why they haven't gone in with perhaps tear gas or pepper balls. You know, we only saw the deployment of the bean bags and the pellet gun to make a hole or to try to break that rear window to get a glimpse of the driver or to make the driver more convinced to try to come out. And this was before we saw her, but yeah, the waiting game continues. I know that when SWAT comes to the scene, they'll have that available to them in terms of bringing in perhaps tear gas into the cab. But what do you know so far, Gigi, in terms of these units and the tactic that they're using?
Well, they did use that non-lethal force because those windows have a very dark tint on them. They needed to be able to get a good look at her. We got a good look at her when she got out of the truck briefly, but then she went right back in. Why they haven't used basically pepper spray yet, you know, that's a decision. Even using non-lethal force requires a lot of people to be aboard and requires the approval of a commander, of the incident commander. And they really hesitate. And possibly right now what we're seeing, and we can't see her because those windows are so tinted, and also because that hedge is reflecting right onto the windshield where we normally would get a look at her. Negotiators could be talking to her, so they don't want to fill the car with pepper spray and force her out. If there's a slight chance that she'll open that door, she'll come out with her hands up. So that's what everybody is hoping for. So right now, commanders are talking to LAPD's Metro unit. They control SWAT.
So the cats will learn when to come and have food here. It's not going to be when I'm up on cameras not on. I know that. And no food going to be going out when that camera is going to overheat. So that's going to dictate.
In Skyfox has been following this pursuit. This is the 3400 block of Coldwater Canyon. The suspect does not live at this house. It was a spike strip that finally took out her two front tires, and also the use of several pit maneuvers, which were used very judiciously because these are canyon roads, and you had southbound traffic, and you didn't want the center flying off the edge of the canyon. But they were used when it was safe to do so. They managed to spin the car around a little bit, but they managed to disable it, which is what they wanted.
Otherwise, I had to buy a new phone.
That is a good point you're making. You know, as we watch this, and we're going into an hour and a half at this point, not much action seems to be happening from our vantage point. But you make the point that perhaps they are speaking with her, and that is why they're very careful, cautious, and taking their time and not causing a commotion on the exterior of this, because they don't want to get in the way of perhaps headway that's being made over the phone. These are just, of course, we're guessing here, but that could very well be the case.
Right, and even though you don't see what
Sometimes
might
it's
be
that
to
hot
us
back
a
there,
tense
though.
stance, those officers are very tense. They don't know who this woman is. They don't know what she's capable of. We've been discussing that domestic violence incidents are very volatile. Emotions are running high. If indeed she did do what police say she did, which was use that stolen pickup to hit her boyfriend with it, assault with a deadly weapon when he got out during an argument, then one thing they do know is that she's capable of anything right now. If she, again, we don't know if she's guilty or not. These are just the charges that are being prepared against her, assault with a deadly weapon, which is that stolen pickup truck. If she's capable of hitting her boyfriend or her husband with a car, with a deadly weapon, because a car is considered to be a deadly weapon, then police know that she could be capable of anything. So they're treating this very, very cautiously, as you would want them to.
Yeah, of course, and obviously trying to exhaust all options before having to resort to perhaps other non-lethal methods like the pepper balls or tear gas. Stu, what are you seeing from the sky? You're seeing a little movement at the scene, right?
We've seen a little bit of movement. We've seen a couple of other players arriving here on scene. Now, I'm not really sure if these are the officers that went to divert traffic, but I did see an officer with a lot of stripes on his sleeve. He's actually right there walking behind that tree. That might be the actual incident commander. You know, and this is the guy that, like Gigi said, is the one that's going to make a lot of those decisions. Is he going to say, hey, let's bring this to an end, let's just get her out of that truck? I think that would be a little brash, and you know, I don't think that's going to happen, but they might start swapping out some of these guys and gals out here just because they have been at the ready, at the stand, you know, with their stance the entire time. So that might be going on, but definitely some new players just arrived here. You've seen a couple of these LAPD law enforcement vehicles showing up. That one officer, definitely a lot of brass, a lot of stripes on that sleeve. I wish Gigi was able to take a look at it. She might be able to actually.
Uh-oh, looks like we froze there. Yeah, his signal's having a little bit of trouble. Gigi, I don't know if you were able to hear Stu, as he mentioned, a couple of other units.
Yes, I was.
Yep.
Yes, I was. I wasn't able to get a good look at the officer, but I do know that, for example, the commanding officer of LAPD Hollywood, which is in charge of this investigation, because, again, it started at Hollywood and Vine, he is now on the scene. One of the captains is there and will be working with his most likely lieutenant or sergeant, the incident commander, may be taking over the incident right now, but captains, commanders are on the scene right now. And, of course, this is a very volatile situation. Again, if you're just joining us live here on Good Day LA, we are at the end of a pursuit termination, 3400 block of Coldwater Canyon, which apparently this home has no connection to the suspect that is in that silver pickup truck you're seeing to the right of your screen right now, crashed into a hedge after the driver, the female driver, lost control. Her two front tires are flat. That didn't stop her from trying to make one last getaway, even though she was boxed in. Our view from our eye in the sky, Stu Mandel up in Skyfox, showed us that she appeared to be revving the engine. The back tires continued to spin as she made one last attempt to get away from police. She is wanted for assault with a deadly weapon against her significant other, her boyfriend or husband. That happened in Hollywood during a heated argument the couple were both having. And when he apparently wanted to put an end to that argument and got out of that stolen pickup truck, she used the car against him. According to police, she drove right into him, hurting him, injuring him. He did not have to be transported to the hospital. He is also with LAPD Hollywood detectives right now, and they're trying to get as much information on her state of mind, her cell phone, where she lives, who she is, how old she is she on drugs, had she been drinking. They do suspect that she could be under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
Gigi, we appreciate you giving us all of this information and sticking with us as we've been covering this, what began as a pursuit, a slow pursuit, and ended eventually as a standoff. And this is where we are. We are right there on Coldwater Canyon, on Laurel Canyon and Clawson, waiting to see how this all plays out. And we'll keep an eye on things. We will keep an eye on things because thus far that individual has continued to stay in the vehicle, hasn't come out, and they are negotiating, we understand, with this individual. So we'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and regroup.
Fine. That too. Watch it somewhere else. Now I'm gonna go. River.
plead your case, maybe having some other erratic behavior, maybe try to run, get on the ground, just allow them to arrest you, you know, type thing. But she has not had any communication. She's just been sitting there for so long. I think just the door opening would maybe give officers a little bit of hope that she would have some type of communication with them.
Yeah, that door opening is a small victory for anyone trying to communicate. At least that means that driver is awake and alert and aware of the LAPD. Right. At this point, because the windows are so tinted and there's been so few communication, it's unclear if that driver, what they're doing in there. The back windows are tinted as well. And so it's hard for officers to judge what's going to come next. Many times we hear the air unit saying, drivers moving around, drivers reaching under their seat, drivers moving to the back. We get none of that traffic here from the air unit because they can't see in there either. So this is a problem for everyone, and it certainly ratchets up the tension at a standoff like this, not having eyes on what the suspect is doing. But again, there has been no discussion of the suspect being armed in any way. We haven't heard anything like that.
And everything is breaking.
At least a component that is allowing LAPD to behave in a certain way. There's a little less danger in that regard, but you never know. They could be surprised. They have to prepare for the possibility that the suspect may be armed in some way.
And that's the difficult part in these situations is that, we now see officers moving closer to the vehicle. And now we've cut to
it's
a house.
It's not clear why Chopper is now looking at this home here.
Could they be taking action here, potentially?
Okay. Yeah. LAPD, Chopper was... I did actually hear something. LAPD was talking about that home. They may have been using it as a landmark because it's difficult to get in.
Sure.
And they're trying to get another air unit in, and also where this is happening. But this is tape on the right-hand side, video from the right-hand side. On the left-hand side of your screen, the driver still remains inside that silver Toyota Tacoma.
I know it's a blurry picture of her, but if people do recognize her, you know, it's always helpful to call and say what you know about this person, because it does help police kind of maybe have a timeline of events that have happened in this woman's life personally, or can give them some pieces of information that will allow them to kind of come to a conclusion about what's happening here so that they can take some type of action. You know, we did, showing the home, interesting, it could be a landmark, but also I'm thinking about the woman who came out wanting to leave. I mean, you have to imagine there's a level of not only frustration that this neighborhood is now completely shut off, in terms of getting in and out, but also some fear. This is such an unusual situation to be in, because not only do officers not know what she's capable of or what could happen, but if this is your house, I guess I wouldn't want to be there either.
Yeah, right. You certainly have an entire neighborhood that's now stuck, and this is alarming for anyone who lives here to see officers with their guns drawn. And the extended amount of time that these officers have been here just increases the anxiety for everyone involved.
Definitely.
Is I'm sure they want to know, how is this, am I in danger? The officers, the best they can do for those unfortunate people that are right here on the right side of your screen in those homes is tell them, stay inside. You don't want civilians running through what is potentially the line of fire of LAPD officers. And you don't know how the suspect would react to seeing people coming out of homes, or the suspect might attempt to go into a home if the door is open. So this is all, you have to sort of freeze in place in a situation like this. And you try and place yourself into the position of these homeowners or the people that are even stuck in their cars on cold water. Is what do you do now? It's when you have no way out that you can get very frustrated, and the patience, everyone, I'm sure the LAPD appreciates the patience of the civilians involved here as they try to bring this to an end. And as I talked a little bit before about the clock ticking here on closing a major thoroughfare like Coldwater Canyon on a Friday afternoon in Los Angeles, it just begins to disrupt traffic all over the city. You're going to feel it in the valley. You're going to feel it in Hollywood. As this major thoroughfare across the Hollywood Hills is closed for what is going to be at least
You're
another
gonna feel it
hour.
in your
Even
city,
if this resolves, they've
folks.
got to get this
This
carpet
isn't
out of there. They've
butterfly
got the
effect.
get them out of there. They have to check out everybody involved if this
Give it
person
a
is
day or
injured
two.
or not. So a real nightmare for traffic. And unfortunately, someone somewhere is watching their silver pickup truck involved in this pursuit here, because again, this is an unreported stolen. The owner is not the one driving this car. So there's also some very unhappy Toyota Tacoma owner out there watching this saying, already the tires are flat, the window is broken, and the front is banged in.
Yeah, I mean, what a frustrating situation all around for so many people. You think about this happened in Hollywood. It was a misdemeanor hit and run, but it sounds like the victim may know this woman, and we're not sure of the relationship of that. But so you have a traffic incident that also hits a fire hydrant. So you've got that scene that you got to mop up and take care of. The pursuit happens. You end up having traffic difficulties there, and now this is shut down along Coldwater Canyon. So anybody trying to go over the hill either direction, you don't have this be your route today. Because as Mark said, this is going to be quite some time. But it's also a frustration, I'm sure, to people on other roadways who now can't use this as kind of a bypass, one direction or the other. It's interesting that we still have not. She opened that door so briefly, just about 5-10 minutes ago, and now it's just back hunkered down. And in these situations, you end up having to kind of read the body language of people. And you see now, it seems like the officers who had all quickly moved to the police cruiser that is on the driver's side are now just sitting there again, waiting. So it is little glimmers of hope, of communication potentially when the suspect does open the door, but now everyone just kind of still in wait and see mode as to what is taking place. Do we know yet if the mental health evaluation unit is on scene yet?
We don't. There's been very little communication on the radio now, very likely because everyone that's involved in this pursuit, command staff, officers on the ground, they're all communicating verbally without using the radio down there. So that's probably the quickest and easiest way for them to communicate. The air unit doesn't have a tremendous amount of work to do right now other than to keep their eyes on this, because it's a little bit static now in the sense that there's not a lot of motion from either the driver or the vehicle involved. They have their officers from North Hollywood and Hollywood Division set up for traffic breaks to get people around. So this is an observational moment now here for the air unit and the units on the ground. And one of the things that you had touched on with this driver is the unpredictability of the driver. This driver went through 2 spike strips, resisted attempts to stop during a pit maneuver, got out, yelled at officers, and came back in, and now is refusing to communicate. So officers don't have that typical amount of data to deal with, where at least ostensibly if you had an aggressive driver who was yelling at the LAPD, you would have eyes on that driver. You could see what they were doing. You could communicate with them, even if they were yelling back, sometimes perhaps nonsensical things or attempts to plead their case. Don't arrest me, whatever they may be saying. In this particular case, this driver is silent. There's no communication, and we can't see inside the cab because of the heavy tint on this truck. So there's not a lot for LAPD officers to do until ostensibly, I would say, a commander somewhere decides that they need to make a move on this truck, the safety. They've gone through the checklist of how and when it would be safe to approach this vehicle, which they may do. They have officers that specialize in this. Certainly Metropolitan SWAT officers are excellent. They're trained in breaching windows, doors, both in homes and vehicles. So if that's what they want to do, we could see a call up of the Metropolitan units from downtown, the SWAT units, to get here. But then they would be coming from downtown LA on a Friday, which is just another delay in time.
Especially to this location.
Yes.
I don't even know. Oh, that's trouble.
Yeah.
Looking at the picture, I'm struck by the fact that we had so many officers at each of those 3 vehicles you see on your screen. There were so many officers standing around those vehicles and behind those vehicles. And now it seems the officers have really backed away. It makes me wonder if there's some thinking that maybe if they back up, that maybe she will get out. You know, maybe she was fearful with all of them right on top of her, so let's kind of back out a little bit and see kind of, you know, maybe take a different tactic here. You can see other officers now walking further down the roadway as well. You know, there were just so many officers standing around with the beanbag gun and the other, help me with the hard, non-lethal.
They're not even really watching or listening.
Yeah, the foam bullets. Just getting some new information from my colleagues at the assignment desk. So LAPD may have potentially identified this woman and is speaking with someone who may know her. They won't say if that's a family member or a friend or whatever, but this person that knows this driver has indicated to LAPD that this driver has had a past history of mental health episodes.
Okay.
So this is not something that is ostensibly very new for this driver to experience, but they are communicating the nature of these mental health episodes to LAPD, which is going to be very valuable to them in dealing with this person. It is they have some specific information about this driver and what they have gone through in the past. So
how are y'all staying awake through this?
Share with us, but it's certainly they are getting a good indication of what they may deal with, and any bit of data. It's the state of mind and what this driver may be going through at this moment is going to help that MEU unit, that mental evaluation unit, deal with this.
Is there a possibility too, if they're in touch with the family member, that they try to use the family member as a bridge to the suspect?
That's possible. And again, this person that sensibly knows this driver, it's unclear if it's a family member or a friend. It's just someone who has some knowledge of this driver. LAPD didn't want to share that with us again because of the sensitivity of mental health and how that works. Yeah, this person is at least giving the LAPD some valuable information that certainly will be used in dealing with this driver, hopefully to bring it to an end in a peaceful way.
Yeah, I mean, we're just sitting, watching and waiting. So every new piece of information I think we get to fully understand what is transpiring is important information, another piece of the puzzle as to what is going on here. We continue to just watch as these officers are standing and watching and waiting themselves. The right-hand side of your screen, if you're just joining us, that is the Toyota Tacoma pickup truck getting running over stop sticks there during the pursuit that took place. Now, this driver started in Hollywood, ended up in a misdemeanor hit and run near Hollywood and Vine. There was a fire hydrant that was hit. There was a geyser of water that police think was connected to this vehicle. You can see the front end damage pretty good in this picture right here from overhead. So, but you see those stop sticks really did do their job in terms of puncturing those tires as the vehicle continued to try to get away from police. The tires start coming off of the rims there, but that didn't stop her either. This pit maneuver wasn't going to stop her either. It took two LAPD vehicles there, do you see, to kind of wedge that car between the hedge and their vehicles. And this did start as a misdemeanor hit and run. Now this driver's likely to face many felonies because of the actions of then trying to back up into the officer's vehicle. That's and then you see there was
is that true?
Weapons, drawn to see if they would have to
Does the AI know something I know?
Bags used to shoot out the back window. A lot of times too, when that happens, the drivers realize the seriousness of the situation and get out. She didn't for a very long period of time, which may also indicate where her mental health is at, because I know myself, if I was sitting in that car and all of a sudden the back window exploded, I would be getting out. But it took her quite a while to kind of get out. She says something. She kind of moves her hands around and she gets back in the vehicle. The only good thing I take away from when she got out is she doesn't appear to have a weapon. We don't know if she made any type of threat, but she didn't get out with some type of gun or knife or something to threaten the police. But she clearly did say something that then triggered this mental evaluation team to be called to now this scene. And that's where we sit right now. This is in the Hollywood Hills, the North Hollywood Hills area along Coldwater Canyon. The road is shut down in the northbound and southbound lanes, so you are not going to be using that as a thoroughfare today. It's between Westlake, Harvard Westlake, and Mulholland along Coldwater. So that's a huge stretch of Coldwater to shut down for more than 2 hours now.
Yeah, and also you mentioned Harvard Westlake. I'm just getting information from the LAPD. That school's on lockdown. This is close enough to the school.
I wondered about that.
Yeah, that is a major high school. It's right on Coldwater, south of Ventura.
Yes. And
that's actually where they're turning cars around. So you're not going to get past Harvard Westlake. But they didn't say the school is not in any danger in the sense that that they believe that this driver is connected with the school or made any attempts to get to the school. It's just close enough, and there are students involved that they have locked the school down. It's not evacuated.
Right.
It's a standard LAUSD school lockdown where classes will continue, but no one is allowed to leave the classroom.
Well, I think it makes sense to me too. If they're turning cars around at
The
that
kids are loving it.
time, you don't want students going to get lunch.
They don't have to go to their class. Oh, they don't have to go to lunch though? Oh, I'm not happy about that.
This is around lunchtime, and I'm not sure if that campus allows people to leave, the students to
Oh,
leave
they're
for
going to
lunch.
lunch.
This
Some
would be
kids
a
will
time
fucking
where they
start
would not be allowed
rioting.
off the campus due to this situation. And I'm hitting a little bit more radio traffic. Honestly, Jamie, most of the traffic from the air unit and the crews on the ground is traffic control going on right now.
Imagine.
That is become a problem because of the nature of the Hollywood Hills. They are asking for even more units that have already been there for 90 minutes to assist with getting drivers to where they need to go. And it's slow. Drivers are upset. Obviously, it's understandable, but they're asking for patience as they try to navigate people around. It just shows how important Coldwater Canyon is.
It is. Oh, absolutely.
When you close something like this, it has ripple effects.
I mean, I know firsthand because I occasionally, you look at your GPS before you leave the valley if you live on the west side, and you go, it's going to take me an hour on the 405. Well, maybe I'll try going over the canyon, or maybe I'll take Sepulveda. Maybe so it is something, and I know several other people who do the same thing, and that's been a frustration really for these neighborhoods too. Is that a lot of us do that? There's been a huge increase in traffic along those roadways as we try to find alternate routes to take. But you have to imagine it's also now having an impact on those other roadways like the 405 and Sepulveda and some of the other canyon roads there. But you think that's a big chunk, Mulholland to Harvard Westlake.
That's the entire north side of the Hollywood Hills along Coldwater.
I know. So if you have any plans, you might want to cancel, reschedule, figure out a different day to do it. Because as you indicated, even if this ends up clearing up. Oh, now we're seeing the traffic. And it looks like the SWAT
Metro
team.
units
Yes.
I'm talking about. They arrived from probably downtown. There's that Bearcat. 2 Bearcats.
Wow.
3. That looks like 3 Bearcats and multiple other.
Oh my God, they're bringing in the National Guard for this thing.
From the LAPD.
These fucking
so this is
5-star
where LAPD has triggered the clock, where they say we cannot let this go on. This is we are going to end this.
You mean?
We want to end this.
Why they need
with
all
the peaceful
that?
surrender of
Where's
the
the tank
driver.
at?
These
Where's
are
the
officers
Apache?
that are trained with breaching and entering vehicles and buildings. This is their specialty. This is what they train for. They have extra tools that are designed to do this.
Need a Predator drone.
And what we are probably going to see, Jamie, is the removal of those LAPD
Dude, so many other cities would have gotten her out hours ago.
With these armored units. They're going to go right up against this truck, probably on both sides.
It makes sense, right?
LA loves it. The whole world
retreating,
watches
some of them
it,
going
dude.
back to their
You know
cars
what I mean?
even,
It's like they want it
instead of
to
being right on top
last
of that car.
forever.
So we knew something
It's the
would
only
be happening.
city
So to now see this, I
televises
am very
it
impressed
on a regular.
by their drive time from
and they
downtown Los
last
Angeles
forever.
to this somewhat narrow and remote part of the roadway of Coldwater Canyon. You see them go through the
they're not going to stop.
crime scene. They've got a mission and they are on their way. But this also just speaks to, you see there's so many officers up and down this roadway, and just how much of the roadway is shut down at this point in time. You saw the traffic there too all stop to allow these vehicles
Why are they
to make their way
stopping?
in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And now they are approaching this vehicle here, and they are stopped. The SWAT commander there
They're acting like this is crazier than Afghanistan.
To set up
They're-
this,
they're-
we're going to
this
see
is
here a transition
worse than the
and a
Middle
handover
East.
of authority to where this will be a SWAT jurisdiction operation here. They are going to take command.
Anything can happen with this lady,
They're
man.
ready, loaded for bear here, body armor and tactical gear. They will also carry their equipment with them that they
Could be.
need. There will
'Cause
be
they're
less-
pulling up on
certainly
her
an
like
array
this
of
is
less
Die
lethal,
Hard.
Type of equipment that they're going to have. I was discussing
Nagasaki
earlier, they have
Towers
a
or-
long pole. It's about 20 feet long that they can attach a device at the end that could spray either pepper spray or tear gas, and they can use it to break right through the window of that truck and just
They did
drop
have
that tear gas
RPGs
or
and
pepper
shit.
spray directly into the cabin. Of course, that's dangerous. They usually do that from behind a barrier.
That's true
usually
story.
the Bearcat that you see there, armored.
You know the villain is dead.
Yeah, this
That guy's
is
dead.
now going to change. They've escalated this. This is a definite change in stance by the LAPD as the
Main
clock has
bad
been taking far
guy.
too long to let this driver continued
What's
to
his
sit there
name?
and block a major thoroughfare in Southern California.
Well, and as you said, they're both civilians and uniformed mental evaluation
Harry Potter.
unit personnel. So we don't know. Maybe one of the officers that we've been seeing was part of the mental evaluation team, tried to have some conversations, yelled, we can't hear what's happening right now directly on the scene. So you don't know what's transpired, but definitely, as you said, escalating this situation as we see. I also have to wonder if she is under distress in terms of her mental health, what psychologically it does to then see SWAT members show up. And
oh my gosh,
in some ways you wonder if just them being on scene could allow her to get out of realizing the severity of the situation, that this isn't it's not going away. It's you can't magically make it disappear. And now you have SWAT officers on scene. It looks like they're getting ready, as you said, to make the handover between the two. Not moving extremely swiftly here, which is also an indicator that they want to take their time to make sure that they get the situation right, as you said, in terms of some of the tools and tactics that they may end up having to use.
Yeah, you brought up a very interesting point. Clearly, these Bearcat units are in a direct line of sight with the driver, and you never want to be in the unfortunate position of staring down the SWAT team of the LAPD, one of those professional law enforcement agencies in the world, and their very powerful Bearcat units. That is enough to make suspects surrender when this elite team unfortunately has you as the subject of their efforts for the afternoon. So there is clearly no way for this driver to escape, and hopefully the sight of these Bearcats will indicate to this driver the severity of the situation that they are in, and that there is still time to surrender peacefully. There is always time to surrender peacefully. LAPD would want this to end with a simple set of handcuffs and a walk under your own power back to a patrol car. That's how it should end, and LAPD will continue to offer that to that driver. The last thing they want to do is use those SWAT officers to take this person out forcefully out of the car.
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes it a tricky situation, right? Because it sounds like there has been contact with someone this driver knows who has indicated that there has been some mental health issues in the past. You don't know, sometimes with people, their mental health issues present in kind of the same way, or sometimes they escalate. And in this case, there's the potential that maybe something escalated here, and then you don't know what the person is capable of. It looks like, as SkyCal's kind of zooming in there, it's showing, it was showing inside the vehicle. It looked like there was some type of blue light. Not sure if that's a light within the car.
The photographer at SkyCal may have spotted something that we can't exactly see up there. I'm listening a little bit to the communications with the desk. But yeah, it seems that the focus is on what officers can see through that broken window there. That was done by the beanbag round a little bit earlier. And then there's that, looks like a shadow on the ground. If it's some kind of a stick or a rod, I'm not sure where that came from. But SWAT continues to position themselves just outside of the driver's side of this pickup truck as this pursuit now stretches into its second hour here in Coldwater Canyon and Clawson Place in Studio City area on the north side of the Hollywood Hills.
Yes, and you are watching KCAL News at noon as we continue to follow this breaking news, a police pursuit that began around 9:30 this morning when a reported stolen truck, that silver Toyota Tacoma, crashed into a fire hydrant, leading to a geyser there. And then that driver, which we know now is a female behind the wheel, drove at very slow speeds along Coldwater there. Officers were able to use 2 spike strips that you can see right there. That driver going over that spike strip.
Dude, these people need to be on double time.
The tires were
fuck shit. They talk too damn slow for news, for saying the same shit over and over. Needs to be more like this.
Flattened. Soon after this, officers, you're seeing it right here, attempted to do a pit maneuver, which didn't work quite as well because of the slow speed of this truck. The truck stopped temporarily and then picked back up, continuing along Coldwater, but at a very slow rate of speed there. And you can see that truck almost wobbling because of those flat tires. You can see the tires just coming off of the rims. That driver then pulled up against this sidewalk area and that hedge. Police pinned that truck in, pushed the truck a little bit. It is then wedged between that hedge and those cruisers. At some point, we saw that driver put the truck in reverse. We could see the tires spinning in reverse, but the truck was not moving as it was pinned. And that waiting game began, and it has been going on since a little after 10 o'clock this morning. We are now into the second hour of this. We watched as police used non-lethal firearms there, firing beanbags into the back window. And at one point, we saw the driver hop out of the door there, flailing her arms, talking to officers, jumping right back in. And now, Mark, Lou, we have seen SWAT officers arrive.
This is a significant change in the stance of the LAPD as they attempt to deal with this driver. We know that the MEU, or the LAPD's Mental Evaluation Unit, was called to the scene to attempt to deal with this driver.
But they've been sent home
to
now.
negotiate. They're a specialized team within the LAPD that involves both civilians, clinically trained in dealing with mental health, and officers trained with de-escalation tactics to try and bring situations involving someone experiencing a mental health episode, bring that situation to an end without violence. But so far, their efforts have been unsuccessful, and this driver remains inside of this pickup truck. Not only have they remained inside there, they have refused to communicate with LAPD except for two brief moments when the door opened and that driver got out very quickly and then got back in. So LAPD has now called in SWAT officers. They arrived at the scene just a short time ago. We see two Bearcats, possibly a third armored vehicle as well. There
even
and
more
multiple other
sleepy.
black SUVs from Metropolitan Division. They are there and on scene. There will be a transfer of authority. This will now become a SWAT operation here. As you see, that tactical officer down there in that ballistic gear that are now at the ready. There will, of course, always be offers to this driver to surrender peacefully, but these are the officers in the LAPD that are specifically trained to breach vehicles and remove suspects using force. They don't want to use any sort of lethal force to do this, but they certainly have brought that to the scene in case it is needed. So they have many tools at their disposal, many tactics at their disposal to do this. But unfortunately, all of them require a certain amount of danger to officers as they have to approach that truck in order to get that driver out. However, they will continue to try to give commands to that driver to get that person to surrender. A little bit of information, Amy, that we have learned. We are seeing some movement here. It looks like this is probably the moment when LAPD officers from Hollywood Division, yes, are getting out of the way. These were the officers involved in the pursuit from Hollywood and North Hollywood Division. They are moving their units out of the way so that we can see these Bearcats now take up position. These very heavily armored, bulletproof vehicles are going to position themselves to prevent this driver from leaving, and B, provide a barrier by which officers can approach and perhaps interact in a little more safer way with that driver. But this is what we've seen before with standoffs.
And Mark, you were hearing that they do know who this person is now, and family members or friends have talked to them about this woman and her mental state?
Yeah, it's a very small amount of information, but LAPD appears to have reached someone who knows this woman. It appears they have been able to successfully identify her. And a component of that is that this person, we don't know if it's a friend or a family member. Now we see that armored unit going right up against the tail of that pickup. It's not going anywhere now. But this person that knows this driver says that this driver has had a history of mental health episodes before and has communicated to the LAPD the type and nature of these mental health issues, which is going to be very valuable in dealing with this person. Hopefully that provides an insight into the kinds of things that are going through this driver, or this driver is going through right now. So that will be of assistance. But now you can see the standard tactic used by the SWAT team to surround this driver. These armored cars are going to stay here until this driver surrenders, and they provide a path to access that passenger side of that truck in case they want to deliver any sort of incapacitating agent like tear gas or pepper spray.
Let's say nerve gas. I don't think we're allowed to use that.
Yeah, and Mark, we don't see a lot of this happening like this, in which they completely surround this vehicle. Oftentimes we'll see it on one side, but they're not always able to get around a vehicle like this. But they have really got this pickup truck, I mean, really wedged in there now. This truck is definitely not going anywhere, and we can actually see that truck moving.
Sensational.
We've seen that a couple of times now where they have really just tried to get as close
since
to
his
this truck
arousal
as
is
possible.
peaked.
I mean, there is
I'm
just
seeing
no
nipples
room
out of nowhere
for anyone to really get out of this. We see them even repositioning that third truck so that it can get even closer, which I don't know, part of that tactic is so that the doors can't even open, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, this is, they will approach this
Trap
in
them in
different
there, make
ways
them really
based
freak
on
out.
what the commander feels is appropriate here. There is certainly a way for this driver to get out, perhaps through the passenger side, or at least to communicate with SWAT that they want to surrender. But this would normally be enough for someone to understand that they really have no way out except surrender at this point. To have your vehicle surrounded by 3 armored cars, 3 armored vehicles like this, has got to communicate to the driver that they will be arrested in short order here. So hopefully that this image alone is enough for them to understand that it's going to come to an end fairly shortly here. But SWAT is doing exactly what they are trained to do. This is a tactic that they use, both for the safety of the officers involved and it may be hard to understand, for the safety of the driver. It's going to be hard for this driver to now get out and run, possibly injure themselves or other civilians. But you can see they're actually, LAPD is very deliberate in their positioning of these armored vehicles for whatever tactic they expect to come next.
Dude, I thought
that's going to be up to the commander on
the
ground and the commander
watching somebody talk about PUBG right then and the BRDMs. I straight up went into dream world
We
for a
even see
second
them
there.
coming out of the top of that rear armored vehicle there.
There is a couple there that officers
tournament or something where they were talking about the BRDM and armored vehicle
with which they can see through that. That's an armored bulletproof plate that officer is looking through. And these officers, they are preparing to forcibly remove this driver if necessary. And unfortunate that it has come to this, because this driver has had multiple opportunities to surrender so far this afternoon.
Definitely an intimidating stance there all around this truck. Really very clear now that this driver has nowhere to go and is best just to surrender. But we have been following this now for over 2 hours, and this driver did hop out at one point, said something to officers, and it was after that moment that those officers then called in the MEU, the Mental Evaluation Unit, and at this point, SWAT has now come in and has surrounded this pickup truck that we do know was reported stolen, was involved in a minor incident, which we now know was hitting a hydrant causing that geyser, but we're watching as more of that personnel gets out of those armored units there.
Yeah, and you know, Amy, I've just noticed something that I don't think that I certainly had not noticed before, but the back window of that pickup is also shattered. It appears that perhaps a beanbag round may have gone through that as well. Now, what you're looking at there, that's one of the, I believe that's a 40 millimeter foam round, less than lethal weapon. You see how large those rounds are? That SWAT officer, he's pulling them out. They're huge. They're about the size of baseballs, made of a very strong foam rubber that's designed to strike somewhere on the suspect. It cause a tremendous amount of pain, but no permanent or lasting damage. It can break ribs, but it is designed to not hit with such force that it could cause lethal injuries. That's why they call it less than lethal. However, a strike on the head is certainly not something that they would ever want, as that could cause some serious brain injuries. But officers are trained on how to use it to make sure that they aim for something lower on the extremities of the body in order to hit that suspect. And it causes a tremendous amount of pain. And many suspects, if they're struck by one of those foam rounds, they surrender immediately.
And you know, Mark, oftentimes we've seen situations like this where they actually fire in some type of
they try to hit you in the head with those things. I know about it.
In a matter of words, smoke out that suspect because there's so much smoke in the vehicle that the person, you know, is coughing and comes out at that point. But, you know, at this point, we're waiting to see exactly how they are going to attempt to get this person out.
Yeah, so they are in a position that they could use several things. You see, this is an excellent tactic that they have used here. They have a path in to the passenger side of this truck, which would make it hard if the driver had a weapon. It would be more difficult for the driver to aim that weapon or to see approaching officers. And that path is protected by armored vehicles on the back and on the right. They're able to approach. They may deliver into that cabin some kind of pepper spray or tear gas. As you had mentioned, they certainly carry it with them in their armored vehicles. They also have an exit route for that driver. This allows that driver to get out from the passenger side. Those officers protected on the left and the right. You can see those officers there in full tactical ballistic gear with long rifles there aimed. It's difficult for them to see probably through those heavily tinted windows. So that's going to be troubling for them. You can see now an officer with a megaphone there is definitely telling that driver, we have you, boxed in. We need you to surrender, comply now, and we can end this peacefully.
And we do hope that that's what this person does. This woman will actually get out of this vehicle peacefully at this point, but it has been over 2 hours that she has been sitting in this truck, and it is very clear to everyone else that, there is no way that she's going to get out of this situation without being taken into custody, and you just hope that she will comply at this point. All of these officers want this to end peacefully. And with this woman not being harmed in any way, they have been advised that she is having some type of mental hardship at this point. And they are trying to, they tried for so long to wait this out. But, at this point, this is a busy stretch of roadway, Coldwater Canyon, that has been closed for hours now. They tried for so long to wait this out. But, at this point, this is a busy stretch of roadway, Coldwater Canyon, that has been closed for hours now. The people that live in the home where this is all happening, also stuck in their home, cannot leave. And so it's a really tough situation, and everyone wants it to end peacefully.
Yeah, you spoke about the homeowner, the alarming, to say the least, to see 3 of the largest heavily armored vehicles that the LAPD has showing up on your driveway is certainly not something that you expected to see when you woke up on a Friday morning, but this is where we're at with this. So LAPD SWAT officers now giving some time for that driver to react to getting the commands directly from that SWAT officer down there on the ground. You can see they are ready to go with any sort of attempt to apprehend this person should they get out, hopefully peacefully. That lead officer there with that long rifle is never going to take his eyes off the back of that truck. He certainly has his weapon at the ready, good trigger discipline there as well. This officer in the cupola up there also keeping an eye from above as he's able to look through that small opening in that ballistic shield there that comes up from, he's also armed as well, as you can see. So this is, again, the clock is ticking on this driver here. They don't have too many options left except to surrender peacefully, or LAPD is going to have to use force to take them out. Now, Coldwater is still closed, and drivers are being diverted at Harvard Westlake near the north and down at Mulholland on the south, but hopefully this won't last too much longer as SWAT is preparing to make their move to finally bring this to an end.
And, so often we will see officers wait out these people for quite some time. But once SWAT arrives, as you mentioned, Mark, the clock is really ticking because they're only going to wait so long before they are able to go in and essentially pull this person out of the truck.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And this has been far too long to keep Coldwater Canyon closed for this amount of time. That is certainly a component of what the LAPD commanders are thinking about. Safety is their #1 priority, always. But they have to consider the rest of the city as well and what this effect is on the neighborhood and the traffic at large on the city on a Friday afternoon. So they are going to give this suspect, this driver, every opportunity to surrender, but they will not wait forever for this. Now, what you're seeing right there is exactly the tool that I was discussing before. It has a very funny name, but it is indeed the name, and I double-checked with the LAPD. Is this really what you call this thing? And it is. It's called the bang pole, and that's because they sometimes put a flashbang on the end of that pole. And what they will use is what you saw. You see how long it is? You can see it. It goes all the way back from the back of that armored car. That bang pole, they will attach either tear gas or a flashbang, probably not a flashbang in this particular case, probably some sort of smoke type agent. And they will use it and push it right through the window, possibly through the hole made by those beanbag rounds. And then there's a trigger-like device that allows them to drop that canister in the truck. And that's going to fill that cabin with whatever that may be. Either it's some sort of pepper spray-like device or tear gas or smoke or whatever it is. They're certainly preparing to use that, and we've seen them use it before.
Exactly, and you can see again with that megaphone, that officer again speaking to that driver, that woman, encouraging her to come out. You can see there, right there, but as you were talking about that pole there, Mark, being used, it is being put in position, given to another officer that is at a closer vantage point. But we can watch as this will probably be used at any moment now, because they are giving this driver, you know, another opportunity to come out. But without any movement happening, we haven't seen a door open again. It does not look. Oh,
that's the bang pole right there. You see that? It's got like a cage on the end of it. That's where they can keep either the tear gas or the pepper spray or whatever. That other smaller pole, I'm not sure what that is. That they may use that to break the window. That may be just like a long metal pole to break the window. But that, I believe, is the bang pole. I actually saw them put a canister in it. It's not in it right now. There's no canister in there right now. But that's, yeah, see how it folds up like that, and it's got almost like a claw on the end of it. That's what they're going to use. They may be able to break the window with just that, but they probably won't. They'll probably break the window with something else because they don't want to damage the canister that's on the end of it. But right now there's no canister there, so it's unclear what they're doing, but they're setting up to use that.
Yes, they are definitely all in position. Again, we just see that megaphone being raised again in front of that officer who has been using it to communicate with that driver, probably encouraging her one more time to come out with her hands up and to end this now peacefully so that no one gets hurt in this. And, you know, again, it's been going on over 2 hours. This truck, again, reported stolen. It was involved in a crash around 9:30 this morning. It was a minor incident in which the truck hit a hydrant. And then from there, this driver, this woman, led officers on a very slow-speed pursuit down Coldwater. And it makes you wonder, Mark, if she was driving so slow and that she had that accident, that maybe she was having trouble driving, maneuvering this truck all along. It was not her vehicle. For all we know, she might not even have a lot of experience driving. And was taking the curvy road quite slow and accidentally, you know, hit that hydrant on accident and just trying to get away.
Yeah, it's possible. We will not know that. We just won't know the answers to that until after this suspect has been taken into custody. But you mentioned this was slow speeds on Coldwater Canyon. That was even before the spike strips, but we know very likely that this driver may be experiencing some kind of a mental health episode. We don't know how severe that was or how that affected their perception of reality at the time. So these are all things that, of course, made it very dangerous for drivers on the road and LAPD, and continues to make it dangerous for the officers that are dealing with this right now, as this person is not operating under the normal rational faculties of someone who has a complete
You should have stayed at least 10 miles away from this incident. Anything could happen. Dirty bombs are a thing.
Is why
Who is this
LAPD has a
lady?
mental evaluation unit, why they understood, and both them and at a national level, the Department of Justice has done research into this as the best way to deal with people experiencing these types of episodes, dealing with them, de-escalating it throughout the use of force. Unfortunately, it does not work every time, which is why the LAPD has to resort to situations like this for both their officer safety and the safety of civilians. And just clearing out a situation like this on Coldwater is to use the SWAT team who are trained in breaching and removing people from vehicles.
That's right. This woman just refusing to give up. As you mentioned, there were 2 attempts with spike strips, and then really the pit maneuver was attempted, which did stop the truck for just a moment, and then she continued on. Then once she got to this location, she was pinned in by that hedge and some cruisers that were behind this truck, yet She was still putting the truck in reverse. We could see the tires moving, but the vehicle wasn't moving. Clearly, she was pinned in, but she was still attempting to get away and then still refusing to get out of this vehicle. Very clearly, she is pinned in by these armored vehicles. She cannot get out and make a run for it, but she can get out peacefully while listening to the commands of these officers. But this woman has refused to do that. And we do know that they will only spend so much time negotiating with her before they do take action and use those bang poles and other items to either put smoke or some type of device in there that will essentially smoke her out. And, you know, they are trying to be very patient. They want this to end peacefully. But as you've been mentioning, Mark, this is on Coldwater Canyon. This road has been closed for over 2 hours now. And eventually the people that live in that home and the neighboring homes will need to leave, and traffic will need to be able to go along Coldwater Canyon.
Yeah, we're stretching this now into the noon hour, and we all know on a Friday the traffic is only going to increase exponentially as this goes on. And there may be people who just aren't aware as you start heading up Coldwater. If you make it all the way to Mulholland, heading north out of Hollywood, you're going to be very surprised, and then you think, well, what do I do? There's already so much traffic. Yes. You're going to get caught. It's not an easy way to make a left or a right turn and get back down the hill. If you're coming southbound on Coldwater from the valley, you have a little bit better options because you're probably getting stopped just after Ventura. So you have options to turn right back into the valley, head along Ventura to wherever you need to go. Not that Ventura is any better on a Friday afternoon in the San Fernando Valley as well. But we're probably going to see a lot of increased traffic on the 405 and the 101 the longer this goes, because those are what people are going to attempt to take, or maybe even Laurel Canyon. This is now the approach of a black SUV here with officers probably from Metro Division as well. Not sure what this has to do, who we're going to see come out of this. We're not sure if this is a commander or perhaps someone else here who's going to assist with this, or if they're just moving to the other side of the scene. I did not hear any radio traffic about this. They may just be passing through here to get to the opposite side. Yeah, okay, so nobody got out of that LAPD vehicle. So we continue to see SWAT here in this standby situation. I still see that officer down there with that bullhorn giving commands to that driver, and now we're seeing the approach. This is going to be where they break the window with that bang pole right through there. We're seeing that. I don't see any canisters, though. That is an empty bang pole, so this is phase one, step one. Break the window. The next thing they're going to do, they're going to use that to look inside the cabin there. That's going to give them a lot more intel. And if this driver continues to surrender, they may actually put a canister on the end of that bang pole.
Exactly. And so we're watching. We can see that officer with the megaphone there. It was just up again. We have to assume that he was saying more to this woman, encouraging her again to get out of this truck peacefully. Because as you've been mentioning, Mark, the next step will be adding a canister to that pole, which will then release smoke or tear gas or something that will help lead her out of that truck, because it will be very difficult for her to breathe inside that cab, despite the holes that have now been broken into that back window. Earlier when this began, we saw less than lethal rifles being used to shoot bean bags or something into the rear passenger window there. And oftentimes when that begins, people will often get out because they realize that there are no other options. But in this particular case, this woman continues to stay in that truck. It has to be very intimidating to be surrounded by these vehicles, to have that back window break open like that, you know, and it is amazing with the ease that that pole was able to just break through that glass, just shattering there inside the cab of that truck. So you would hope that something like that would be enough for this woman to get out of the truck, but we have still seen no movement, no doors opening, no windows coming down, and that woman remains inside that truck.
I'm still listening to some radio traffic from the LAPD. They're mainly talking about the officers on the perimeter, making sure they know that the SWAT is beginning their operation to get into position and take this to the next stage of what they want to do, which is essentially take that driver into custody, either deliver some kind of an incapacitating type of gas into that truck or not. And if they do that, I can tell you in that closed environment, it is going to be extremely uncomfortable for that driver to sit in there if they release any kind of forced pepper spray or any kind of a tear gas or any other kind of, basically it's any kind of an irritant to the mucous membranes. It is virtually impossible to breathe. I can remember seeing a pursuit last year where someone did try to tough it out in there, but in order to do it, they had to stick their head out the window to breathe. Ultimately, they did surrender. It was a man who was, I believe it was down maybe in the Compton area. I can't remember exactly what it was, about a year and a half ago. But someone actually tried to tough out a situation inside of the cabin of a vehicle after tear gas had been delivered inside. It did not look pleasant at all. And if this driver does not surrender soon, they will be going through that as well. So LAPD SWAT officers continuing to talk on that bullhorn, hoping that this driver sees they mean business when they broke out the back window of this unreported stolen Toyota Tacoma. And this is going to give LAPD a little bit better eyes on what's going on in there too.
Exactly. They can get a better look inside that truck with that broken back window now completely open for them to see that person. This, again, is a vehicle with very dark tinted windows. We so often see those dark tinted windows when we're covering these pursuits, which makes it so difficult to see what's happening inside that truck right now. We don't know if she's just sitting back relaxed, if she's moving around. You just can't see any movement inside that truck. But we do see movement out there with those officers as they are continuing to work toward their plan to get her out. We see that megaphone up again. With that officer continuing to speak with this driver, and everyone is in position for the next stage of this, and it is all an attempt to get her out of this truck, the stolen truck, and really to get her out unharmed and with everyone else involved in this also unharmed. You know, we have not heard of any weapon, but again, you can never be too sure. This was not her truck. We don't know what was left in this truck by whoever does own it, but we have not seen any weapon and we have not heard about any weapon. But officers are trained to treat this person as if they are armed. Yeah, I was actually just going to bring that up, Amy. LAPD officers, we did hit a little bit of radio traffic down there. Those SWAT officers, they say we are going to treat this suspect as if they are armed. They have to do that. This suspect has shown a propensity to drive in reverse, striking those patrol cars, which is assault on a police officer if they want to charge her with that. This driver went through 2 spike strips and continued to drive despite
2 miles an hour.
Destroyed tires. And this driver also got away from the first pit maneuver. So there is certainly, you can learn the psychology of the driver is desperate in a sense to get away and is willing to engage in exceptionally dangerous behavior. And LAPD is going to consider that when dealing with this person. Now we continue to see, it looks like that SWAT officer now manipulating that bang pole. It does now look like I see a silver canister in there. So that looks like that bang pole has indeed been armed with some kind of a gas dispersal agent that we are going to see in there. It's unclear what kind SWAT is going to use at this time. They have several at their disposal, but they are getting it ready, and we may be seeing that pole delivered right into the rear window of that truck. And then we're going to see a lot of smoke coming out of that cabin. We are, Mark, and we've also seen, I don't know if you could tell, the officer that's by the door was handed what appeared to be a mask so that they can deal with that smoke. So they were putting on what appears to be a mask there so that they will be able to deal with that smoke or gas, whatever it is that is being put into that cab. We see another officer who took off his helmet and perhaps is also putting on one of those masks so that they can actually, he's putting that one on or about to be able to endure whatever is in that canister that will be going into the truck. So they are definitely getting ready for this procedure. These will very likely be the officers involved in the arrest team. This will be the officers that are going to have to approach and maybe handcuff that suspect. Or hopefully the suspect would come out on their own and step away from the truck, but that may not be the case. They may just sort of flop out of the car, be near close to the truck or whatever. But those officers are preparing for the likelihood of having to take this suspect into custody in the midst of that agent that they are going to disperse into that vehicle. You can see those are rubber masks that are going to be able to filter out any of that. Pepper spray could be, or tear gas they're going to use. We may see all of those officers put them on because you never know what may be needed here. Those rubber masks, unfortunately, they restrict your peripheral vision, makes it hard to sometimes see what they're doing, but they train in these, so they're used to it. It's not something that all officers get training in, but certainly SWAT does. You can see there's also some weapons down there that are green in nature. That's always an indicator that that's a less than lethal weapon. I think that was a 40mm round that we saw there that officer was holding, but they're certainly going to also be using real firearms as well in case this suspect displays any sort of threatening things that could be fatal or lethal in nature. But yeah, that's definitely an armed bang pole that's down there on the ground. It's just a matter of time before they use it.
And Mark, I think I've seen it looks like at least 5 officers that have put on the mask at this point that are right in that area, maybe even a 6th there. And they all have on those protective masks. So once that canister is put into that truck, they will be protected from whatever smoke or gas that is being used. But they are ready for this. And we saw that canister now in that bang pole. There it is right there, Mark. So you can see it now.
It seems like they want to use this over around to the right. So we're going to see that officer, and it's understandable because that officer is protected by sending that pole over the hood of that upper armored car. They're able to just get in there and drop whatever canister they're going to use right in there. That's probably the safest way, rather than approaching on the passenger side. Yeah, you see how that pole extends?
Yeah.
It can really extend. They've used this to drop it into homes through a window, but we've also seen it here now. We're going to see it. Looks like they're getting ready to do it. That officer now going to place it right in there, and they're going to drop it. And there's going to be a whole lot of something. There you go. You see it. It's being activated, forcefully expelling whatever that may be in there. That may actually be just, it appears that this particular style.
Oh, the door's already opening.
That's how fast that works. Is that irritant to the mucous membranes works super fast. So it's unclear if just one exposure is going to be enough for this driver to surrender, or if they may have to do it again. Nope, looks like I see movement over there.
Yeah, the door's open.
Yeah, she's clearly feeling the effects of whatever it was in that canister.
But closing the door again, Mark.
Yeah.
The door is closed again.
That's not going to help. Once that has made contact with your mucous membranes, you are going to see an increasing amount of irritation. You can see her rubbing her eyes. That, unfortunately, makes it worse. And so really the only way to end this pain that this person is going to be experiencing in her eyes, nose, throat is through a medical professional using, sometimes it can be as simple as water, washing it out, but there can be other treatments in order to get some relief from this, but you will not be able to get relief on your own in the cab of this truck.
It is interesting that the door is open and these officers have not gone towards her to pull her out of this vehicle. I guess they are just waiting to see with the experience they've seen, that someone can only handle it. And you can see a lot of movement from this woman, with her arms and just moving her face and her body. You can see her just really shaking about there, Mark.
Yes, and the longer it goes, the more uncomfortable it becomes. You'll really start to feel pain and discomfort in your eyes, nose, and throat. And, we've seen this kind of motion before. A second application. It looks like we have a second application now of this. This is an interesting way that they're using it. Apparently they can trigger the canister remotely. They don't have to drop it. Now we're seeing a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dispersal here. This is going to be a very heavy dose of whatever this is. It's going to seriously cloud the cabin. An intense amount of discomfort from this driver. They're going to have to make a decision here.
Yes, and we just continue to see her just shaking and moving about, and it is tough because you know that she is just dealing with so much there with the smoke and the chemicals that are in there, and she closed the door again, Mark. That has got to be tough to be breathing that in. And even though the back of that truck is open, the back window of the passenger side, they're also open, but to endure this with this truck closed up, even with those openings, it is a lot of smoke that she is dealing with. And to see her really kind of almost shaking from this, it's tough to see.
It is. Clearly, this person is going through a mental health episode, and the application of this agent is only certainly exacerbating her anxiety. But this relief is available through medical professionals if she surrenders, and I'm sure that the LAPD SWAT officers are communicating that to her, that there are medical professionals that are standing by that can provide that kind of eye wash that will help stem some of the effects that she's feeling here. But again, the longer that this goes on, the more discomfort this driver will be in. And this is something now that LAPD SWAT officers are going to wait for this driver to hopefully surrender when it just becomes too intense to bear these symptoms.
Yeah, we just saw that megaphone up in front of that officer who has been communicating with her. We have to assume that they were just telling her to come out, that they could help her once she got out of there, and that, you know, they're ready for her to come out, and they are just waiting this out, and you can almost feel the pain of what she is dealing with there.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, what we're seeing here, SkyCal unfortunately has to depart this scene due to fuel issues. We've been up for more than 2.5 hours. It's a short trip to Van Nuys Airport. We're going to go get that fuel right now. But Amy, we are going to continue to monitor this through radio traffic and our crew on the ground. And we will bring you the very latest if we find out how and when we find out how this suspect is taken into custody.
Absolutely. All right, Mark, thank you for that. We do want to get a live look outside. We can see from SkyCal, we've got some sunshine mixed in with the clouds, but you can certainly see plenty of gray sky hovering around downtown. Let's check back in with our meteorologist right now, who is talking about a next weather alert, right, Alex?
Yes, Amy, we do have a next weather alert. This is going to go into effect as we head into Saturday morning. So this is going into place to alert you, to tell you of changes in the forecast as we head into this weekend. And that includes some wet weather. It's
The hell did they really? Oh, no. Well, they got her. Oh, let's see what happened. Like, why would they think that that made them more safe? If she had a gun, how would that have just made them all more safe? I don't get it. That makes them safe? Because if she had, dude, if I had a gun and they started to me, it might make me more likely to get crazy with it. What are they waiting for? Why aren't they getting her some stuff on her face or something? They should just dissipate though. That works. It's not, since now I'm thinking about it, it's not pepper spray, it's tear gas, so it'll just wear off. Are all the cops still standing around though? Like, isn't it time to get back to work? Or do something? Yeah, we did it, guys. We fucking did it. We gotta hold down this for the city now. Keep it safe from ladies like this. They still got SWAT out there with 3 of those Bearcats. One lady who probably weighs 120 pounds. Are we done here or not? Why the fuck is this chopper still in the scene? This is sort of wasted city funds. They give you a ticket for illegally vendor selling. Sorry. So sell without a permit. I think it's over. I had to. Yeah, Chopper's still there. Can I leave already? So we're sure. Listen, guys, you guys did a great job out there, okay? You're the best police force in the country, in the world. Got the perp. No one was hurt. Community is safe again. Because of hard work, determination. Men and women like you. The LAPD. The best in the West. Best in the world. That's why, get over here. I did a great job blocking her in. Alright. What's that stuff you use on her? Yeah, that was great. Get your butt over here, Bob. I saw you over there with the pole. Always with the pole, with the pole, with the pole, Bob, with the pole. Get my face, Bob. Got hard-ons. Are you horny? Cops make you horny. There she is. That's horny Ted. And that's what they should have put George Floyd in. Instead of sitting on him. Oh, fuck, man. About to get off once I turn this chopper off. Um, is over hanging out. The morning cat stream. 10 times over on Twitch. Mississippi, Les Paul Jr., Mark Cardwell, Miss Bungle, Northwest Media, Ted Thomas. Over on. Thanks for hanging out on YouTube. Where else? Also, everywhere else, wherever you're at. Other platforms. Also. Twitch, X, Live, Kick, Rumble, Facebook. Thanks. Have a good day. 500. Oh, that is, man. Enjoy though. 260. Hey. To the northwest. Keep breathing.